It's finals time. We've got the two captains of the two best teams in this MLC Champions Open. Jaskar Malhotra, the only undefeated team from the UMMC, Knight Riders, and of course Harmeet Singh leading the Kingsmen. We've got third umpire today, Colin Edwards. Who's got the coin? Harmeet has got the coin. Coin goes up, heads is the call.
It is heads.
It's a heads. Jaskar, you want the toss? What do we do?
We're gonna bowl first.
Tell me, first of all,
which fully came under condition. For sure.
No matter what has happened in this tournament, you guys have found a way to battle back. You're undefeated. What has been the key?
So key to the success for our team is, as I said yesterday also, we've been playing as a unit for a long time. We have stayed disciplined and stick to our processes, and that's working in our favor.
All the best to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's get Harmeet. Harmeet, having won the toss, it's a trend here. Teams like to bowl first. What about you?
I would have bowled first today. I think this wicket was spongy yesterday. It's the same wicket we're playing on. I think at the end of the day, both are good teams. If we get ourselves in, I think we can really put up a show. And I think I feel that the other day we did miss out a trick, but I firmly believe that it'll be a quality attack to get them restricted to any score we put on.
All the best.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it then. In this final, it's going to be the UMMC Knight Riders who've won the toss. They'll be bowling first. MLC Champions Open. And look at that delivery. What a start. Getting some steep bounces, Calvin Savage. It's the final. Kingsmen up against UMMC Knight Riders. As you just saw, the Knight Riders winning the toss, opting to bowl first. They're the only team in this tournament to be undefeated. Brian Walters. And they should be favorites in this encounter.
You would think that they would be favorites. Good morning, Nikhil. And with the additional motivation of the finals, you expect a little bit more adrenaline. You see that first delivery from Calvin Savage, bending his back, getting that one to bounce off of a really good length, taken above keeper Jaskar Malhotra's head. So you expect that there will be a lot of motivation for each of these teams to excel.
Well, as we were discussing yesterday, it really is, in terms of the Kingsmen, you look at the names that they've got in this batting lineup. They've made a change. No Harmeet Singh to open the batting. They've gone with Saad Ali. You look at that batting lineup against the bowling of the Knight Riders with Savage, Justin Dill, Rusty Theron, Ali Sheikh. It really is a formidable battle unfolding that we have in this final.
It's a classic case of the irresistible force and the immovable object. And whoever wins that battle obviously will have a head up in this game.
Timed it really well, Saad Ali. And Harmeet Singh did say at the toss, Brian, that his mantra has been sort of looking to rotate guys. He believes he has a flexible side in the sense that they can bat and perform in different situations. That's been something he's done well as captain.
I think you have guys almost like a plug and play. You have the overall system. It's almost like it's a scripted system. You have a lefty and a righty open. You saw Harmeet Singh, the left-hander, open yesterday. Did creditably well. Saad Ali in that spot here.
Well, I had a look at the surface. It's the same surface we used yesterday, pitch number 3. And I think it could be a bit testy for batting in these first 5 or 6 overs. It's a bit overcast as well. Do expect the ball to do a bit of something laterally, and could have in that early morning moisture as it tends to at the Prairie View Cricket Complex.
More than a bit overcast. There's rain in the forecast for later. We think we'll be able to get the entirety of this game in, but you certainly expect that early movement first thing in the morning.
Finally underway, the Kingsmen, first runs off the bat. Tajinder Singh had an up and down tournament, 50 in the first game on a similar surface to this where it was challenging, and then yesterday was dismissed on the very first delivery he faced. So he'll want to be using this final opportunity to really impress. He's an explosive player, can be really dangerous if he gets going.
He looked exceptionally explosive in that first match, taking probably, if I remember correctly, 23 runs off of 1 over from Brody Couch. So he likes the ball coming onto the bat, seems to be the type of batter who likes going for his shots also, and plays shots primarily in the V. He's very strong down the ground, but also can play on both sides of the wicket. So I expect for him to like the ball coming onto the bat delivered here from Calvin Savage. But Savage, I think, is going to be staying on that short of length type of length and getting that ball to rise. You see how much bounce that he's being able to generate so far. Good contest.
Well, he almost had one of those return catches like he magnificently took early in the tournament, but wasn't to be. A good first over from Savage, though, with the new ball in hand. End of 1, 1 for none. But if you're now joining us, 1 over into the final of this MLC Champions Open. The two best teams, the undefeated Knight Riders up against Kingsmen, 1, 2 out of 3. But both teams are dealing with some injury issues, Brian. So it'll be interesting to see now others who get an opportunity, how they fit in. Think of someone like Ali Shafiq, only played the 1 game, has dealt with injury. No Rusty Theron.
I am especially interested in seeing how well Ali Shafiq holds up. Because 2 games ago, he started playing and then had to leave the field. Apparently some issue with his lower extremities. If you're going to have leg issues, bowling in the cold, not necessarily cold, but cool conditions can sometimes exacerbate those issues. Let's see how well he does here.
Extra bounce, but not taken, just falls short. And that one really rose. Love to see that again.
Oh my goodness, that jumped off of a good length. When you have a batter jumping in the air, literally in the air, just fending at that one and that ball off the glove or the splice of the bat. Oh my goodness, he didn't know where that ball was, Saad Ali. And luckily for him, it landed in no man's land. That could have gone directly into the hands of any one of those fielders. Keeper, Jaskaran Malhotra, probably the closest to it. But a brutal first delivery, first up. Hopefully, if you're Ali Shafiq, that indicates that you are fit and rearing. Just looking at his run-up, it didn't look very strong. It didn't run strongly through the crease. But he certainly delivered that ball at fearsome pace. Let's see if he can continue that.
Yeah, just because of the nature of conditions where rain is forecasted, don't think conditions will get much better in terms of the sun. So this surface could be tricky for both teams to bat on, but it is a good toss to win nonetheless. You can see there's a bit of hesitancy between these two. They're usually free-flowing players, like to hit through the line of the ball, but they've just been very watchful in these first 8 deliveries, and with the batting depth that they have, I think they believe they can catch up and make up for it.
The thing, though, is that the UMMC Knight Riders have a really good bowling lineup. They're a tough team to try to accelerate against when you have the likes of Ali Sheikh, Mohamed Mohsin, those types of bowlers, containing types of bowlers, but bowlers who might actually be very difficult to attack. And to say nothing of these 2 opening bowlers, the 2 deliveries already bowled from Ali Shafiq are quicker than I would realize or quicker than I would expect. To me, that's an indication he's back to full strength.
Again, just look at the variable bounce, and you tend to get that, especially early morning. It's sort of that spongy bounce. He's bowling well, Ali Shafiq. He's dealt with injury, but this has been an excellent start, because even though you have the tough conditions for a batter, Brian, you still have to make use of them and exploit them as a bowling unit.
You absolutely have to, and it's so important to get that ball on the right line and the right length. That length, just short of driving length, but it's dragging Tejinder Singh forward. And then the line just on the 4th stump line is the perfect one to bowl to these opening batters.
He's an innovative player, though, Tejinder Singh. You can see him just trying to come down the track, trying to use his feet. No ball signaled. So that will help the Kingsmen, you look at Ali Shafiq, he just seems to be clinching that left hamstring or hip area. So I hope he's okay, because
So that certainly would have been the concern coming in. Obviously, as we said earlier, carrying that injury, and really up until about the time for the toss, there was doubt as to whether or not he'd be able to play. So overstepping here, which tells me that he's a little bit concerned about his lower extremities.
yeah, and struggling at the moment. Tajinder Singh, even on the free hit delivery, not able to find the boundary.
Even on the free hit, not able to make contact with the bat. That is amazing. So yes, you can tell definitely Ali Shafiq is battling through something, but he's putting, mind over matter, as they say, and absolutely being able to generate the type of pace and the type of accuracy that you'd need to opening the ball in the second over of the finals.
This time, though, he connects, and that's been a trend with this man. When he hits it, it stays hit. First runs for Singh, maximum.
That was sweetly struck. That was absolutely sweetly struck. This time, just a touch too full and maybe a little bit too much width. So you'll see this one probably on the fifth stump line, and that allows Tajinder Singh the room to open up his arms and go over extra cover. The biggest hit, obviously, just the only boundary so far, the biggest six that you've seen in a while. Tajinder Singh, he will think that this allows him to sort of open the floodgates and be a little bit more fluid. Up until that stroke, he looked really unsure. Let's see if this takes him on the way in the direction that he wants to go.
Well, that shot alone has forced Jaskar Malhotra to take the slip out. He's gone more defensive. It's an interesting one, Brian, because often you see that in T20 cricket. We'll get back to it in the next over. End of 2 overs, 9 for none. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex, field number 6 for this grand finale. Again, racing onto the bat. And that's the thing about this surface. It is a bit moist on the top, but it's pretty hard underneath. And it does have that live green grass, so balls will really kick on. This was the maximum in the last over from Ali Shafiq. Just too much width. And just too easy. Cover up in the circle, mid-off up in the circle. And that forced Malhotra to go very defensive. You agree with that, Brian? Because you look at the other delivery Shafiq bowled, and he really caused problems, was going past the outside edge. One shot and the slip comes out.
Jaskar Malhotra generally doesn't wait long to make his decisions. If he sees something that he's committed to, he's going to make that decision. I think I'd have left the field exactly the way that it is, because that really just ended up being a bad ball bowled by Ali Shafiq. If he delivers 2 or 3 like that, then yes, then you make the change. But for me, I'd have kept the field exactly the way that it was.
Have to rebowl that one. I also don't think you mind as a captain, because you're well ahead of the scoring rate. They're only going at 4.5 runs per over. Mind you, the ball is coming onto the bat nicely at times, but I think given the conditions, given that bit of moisture on the surface, it's not going to be a 170, 180 surface. If you get 140 here, I think you do really well, and it's going to take some getting as a batting unit, batting second. Don't think conditions change too much. Bat on it. Yes. Just had a flash. He was in 2 minds, Tajinder Singh, whether to leave or whether to play. And it's the extra bounce of Calvin Savage working wonders again.
That is a brute of a delivery. Again, this pitch is a lot more lively today than it seemed as it was yesterday. That ball, again, it's so important to locate it on a good line and a good length. This is on a 4th stump line. Again, dragging Tajinder Singh forward. Look here, having him sort of fending. He could have left that, in all honesty. It was high enough that he had the room to leave it, choosing instead to fend at it awkwardly and just kissing the outside edge and going through to Jaskaran Malhotra. So the first wicket is down, 11 for 1.
It's one of the things that make Calvin Savage so menacing, especially on surfaces like this, because that is a delivery that many will feel they're able to even come forward to. It wasn't that short, but because of the extra height and the variable bounce who tend to get here at PVCC, just carries through to the keeper. Easy catch and the first wicket for the Knight Riders.
You made the point a second ago that 140 might take some doing. I would agree with that, and I'd also say that 140 in a final is probably similar to about a 160 or 170 in group stages because of the additional pressure. So you definitely are on top of the game right now. If you're the UMMC Knight Riders, they're only scoring the Kingsmen at the rate of 4.71. That projects to a score of 94. They'll need, I think, a lot more than that to be able to challenge in this game.
And we talk about how aggressive Malhotra has been with his captaincy. He's got a second slip in place. So 2 slips in the catching position. Sanjay Krishnamurthy is coming at number 3. First game in this MLC Champions Open he's playing. One of those under 23 talents you want to keep your eye on.
Sanjay Krishnamurthy, young all-rounder, batting number 3 here in bowls. Quality spin. He's up against a tall order. The first time that he's facing bowling in this tournament is in the finals, batting 1 down. So that's a certain amount of pressure. For him to be able to survive this alone, I think would be a testament to his skill.
Another big flash. Well, I think he's made it clear how he's going to go about things. They're under pressure, wants to be expressive. The shot is on because there's no extra cover because of that second slip fielder. So there's a huge gap between mid-off and cover. So if he connects, it's going to be a boundary, even into the bigger side.
Also, if you're Calvin Savage, you don't mind that shot because you've shown that there's a decent amount of pace in the pitch. And if you find the edge of the bat with that big flash, it is very easy that it could carry all the way down to deep third where Akhilesh Bodogam is down there and easily could take that catch. So you don't mind that shot if you're Calvin Savage.
He's brought around the deep back square. It's typical double bluff from Savage, but Krishnamurthy is off the mark. He tried to go short. Well, we thought he would have gone short, brought around that deep backward square fielder. And of course, left-right combination at the crease. Sad Ali also was in the runs. He's been in the runs in these couple of matches. Got 36 from 29 in the first match. Man that's played in the PSL. Has a lot of experience in Pakistan. So hard when you think about from a team perspective, Brian, going into that draft on Sunday. You look at the quality of top order batting in this tournament. Very hard to separate. You're really causing problems here, Calvin Savage. This is a glorious spell. End of 3 overs. It's a blistering start for the UMMC Knight Riders, the undefeated team in this tournament, 12 for 1. Overs have gone the way of the UMMC Knight Riders after winning the toss. They haven't put a foot wrong in this entire competition. They've won 3 out of 3. Jaskaran Malhotra is making a change. He had Ali Shafiq at the top of his mark ready to bowl, but it seems like if he's going to be bringing spin into the attack. That's an interesting decision, and it's not sure why he would make it so late because Ali Shafiq was literally about to deliver his first delivery.
He certainly was. Now you go to spin in this situation, not exactly sure what the thinking is with the tall off spinner, Akhilesh Bodogum, you could think that if it were Saad Ali on strike and you wanted to bring the spinner in to face him to potentially turn the ball away from him, which is what if the off spinner's regulation or stock delivery would do. I don't exactly understand the thinking of getting an off spinner in to bowl to the right-handed Sanjay Krishnamurthy, but maybe it's additional pressure because of he's a young man playing in his first game. That might be the reason why you make that change.
Should be taken and is another wicket, and clearly a master stroke from Malhotra. Straight away spin into the attack, and it works.
So the very last thing I said, I think, is what took hold there. It might be because the pressure of the moment with the young player playing in his first game and not looking to hold that one or keep that one down at all, looking to elevate it, but not making good contact and really just giving a simple catching practice sort of catch to mid-off. So he'll be disappointed with that, Sanjay Krishnamurthy, when he gets back and looks at the replay. And as you said, a master stroke by Jaskaran Malhotra. Everything that he's done so far in this tournament seems to be coming up trumps. The score is now 12 for 2 after 3.1 overs.
Well, Bodogum only bowled 2 overs yesterday, bowled well, conceded just the 8 runs, and now straight away into the attack, taking a wicket. It brings Milind Kumar, so they have experience. We know the depth in this batting lineup. They're going to need it because it's not been easy.
Milind Kumar, tremendous batter. You see that he's able to score heavily. This is not the situation that demands free stroke play, though. He's going to have to buckle down and not necessarily go into a shell, but make sure that he doesn't take any risks, because 2 quick wickets have fallen. 2 wickets down in the power play already and only 12 runs on the board. So you're not necessarily looking to rebuild. It's a T20. You don't have a lot of time to rebuild, but you're not going to be able to take very many chances. I think for him, especially as a right-hander with the field that is set, 2 men in the deep, 1 at long on, 1 at square leg, look to take advantage of the opportunity to work the ball into the gaps, possibly in front or behind square on the leg side, and manufacture some singles.
There will be a big opportunity for Milind Kumar. You look at the fact that he's got just about 17 overs to bat. We know how much quality he possesses. Hasn't really had much time at the crease. Dealt with injury, retired hurt in the first game. This one much quicker, goes straight past the outside edge. You can just see the liveliness in this UMMC Knight Riders side. They're up for the occasion. They've won the toss, and since that first delivery, they haven't looked back.
Akhilesh Bodogum does not toss the ball up. He fires it through as an off spinner. Built like a fast bowler. He's around 6'5", but bowls off spin, but it's quick off spin. Fires it through, doesn't flight the ball at all, doesn't give Milind Kumar the time to be able to use his feet to get under it. So again, he can be somebody who can be difficult to attack.
Gets it past. There was a point in the circle. He just gets it to the boundary, so good way to open your account if you're Milind Kumar. And that shot will help the confidence overall of the Kingsmen.
That's Sarbjit Lada on the circle at backward points. Interestingly, I mentioned that he does not toss the ball up. Bogodum generally fires it in. Well, this last one, he took the pace off and tossed it up just a touch. A little too wide, and giving Milind Kumar the opportunity to cut that away behind point for 4.
This time flat, same result. It's been a tantalizing area for Milind Kumar to score in. Back-to-back boundaries coming. Much more like it from a Kingsman perspective.
And this one, he does go back to pushing it through more quickly, but again, looking at that replay, that ball is outside the line of off stump, probably 5th stump line, and providing just the amount of room. You don't have a lot of room for error with Milind Kumar, any of these good batters, and he's easily able to cash in. Once again, we're still inside the power play. Another 2 overs and 1 delivery. So only players outside of the circular at deep square leg and mid on. Make that long on.
Run out chance, but he's quick, Milan Kumar. For some reason, and it's a lot to do with that dew factor which plays overnight on these surfaces. End of 4 overs, 21 for 2. If you look at the power plays that we've had, they've been challenging for batting teams. Yesterday, the Fire were 33 for 4 in their first 6 overs. 2 days ago, this Kingsmen side sorry, it wasn't the Kingsmen. It was Sam Army. They were 45 for 2 batting early morning. So it shows you the toss becomes very important, especially for this morning fixture.
Always thought, and we've said all along, that batting first is going to be tricky. Now look at this. Ali Shafiq is back into the attack now, bowling from the northern end of the ground, bowling with the wind at his back. And he'll be bowling now to Milan Kumar. So you saw him bowl really well, very aggressively in his first over. Let's see if he can continue that same action.
Squares him up to start. He's a skillful campaign, Ali Shafiq. And I think he will be happy about this opportunity because you look at the Knight Riders, they've had Dill, they've had Rusty Theron. Obviously Calvin Savage, who's continued to bowl well throughout the tournament. So it's been limited opportunities for Ali Shafiq. And now with both out due to injury in terms of Justin Dill and Rusty Theron, it allows Shafiq, hopefully, depending on his fitness, to probably bowl his full quota of 4 overs. 24 deliveries to showcase his ability to the scouts who are here for the final time before that draft on Sunday. You excited for that draft, Brian?
I'm absolutely excited for that draft. And no, don't ask me who do I think is going to go first. I knew that was going to be the next question. But my goodness, the opportunity that presents itself for these players who have toiled for the last several years, sort of honing their craft, they have the ability to actually make that be translating into a professional opportunity right here in this country. It is absolutely brilliant. Cannot wait to see it.
Just if we have any newcomers, the reason that this is happening is because of that Major League Cricket draft on Sunday, the first of its kind, leading into the season which begins on July 13th. So that's why there's been these series of matches. We're into match number 7 of this MLC Champions Open, the grand finale. And depending on the weather, we could have an 8th match later today, the 3rd place playoff. But it's down to these 2 teams. These are the 2 best teams out of the 4. Both eyeing up that title. It would be the first time winners of this MLC Champions Open.
Ali Shafiq still not running in very hard or very quickly. Generally doesn't hit the deck running in hard. Most of his pace is delivered through his shoulders. So from that standpoint, even though he's not running in, and again, he may be carrying still the effects of some injury, a lower extremities injury, he's still able to bowl in a good sort of that hard length that becomes difficult to score off of. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to bowl his full quarter to see him bowl that full 4 overs up front and then leave the field. I think that might be what's best for him if he's carrying that injury.
Another one that goes past the outside edge. I just wonder if Milan Kumar may be thinking if he can get through this over from Ali Shafiq, he maybe can wait for the spin, which he's very adept at playing. That one may have just left him. But he's very good against spin. And he knows that the UMMC Knight Riders really only have 2 seam options in Shafiq and Calvin Savage. So if he can just bide his time, he can really maximize against spin. 1 delivery remaining in this 5th over. It's been an excellent one, just 2 runs from it. Very late on it as well. Brilliant stuff from the Knight Riders after winning the toss. End of 5, 23 for 2.
Welcome back to this final of the MLC Champions Open here between UMMC and the Kingsmen. I'm Aman Patel joining Brian Walters in the booth. And Brian, as we see Akhilesh Bogadam come back into the attack, it feels eerily similar to everything we've seen from UMMC. Everything they've done has just worked.
Everything they've done has worked. They are essentially putting it together with duct tape at this stage in terms of their bowling attack. No Rusty Theron, no Justin Dill. That's 8 overs of high quality seam or pace that you're missing out on, and you're having to rely on partly injured Ali Shafiq, a fully healthy Calvin Savage, but of course he only gets to bowl 4 overs, and so you're going to have to make up the rest with spin. That's where Ali Sheikh becomes important. That's where Akhilesh Bodogam becomes important, and no question that in addition to those two, somebody I think who has impressed a whole lot over the last several tournaments that I've seen him in, Mohamed Mohsin, becomes extremely important. And then, of course, Sarjeet Lada, who you know very well. All of those spinners are really going to have an important part to play in the match for the rest of the way.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Not a lot of pace options for Jaskar Malhotra, so I think it's important. I think he's identifying the fact that right now there's pressure on the Kingsmen, so let's sneak in these overs. Let's get these overs through. Even though they're in the power play still, Bogadam has only given up a couple of runs, and you'll take that right now, taking wickets. This one, again, forcing him back, and you mentioned it, built like a tall pace bowler and almost bowls like it, just fires it in quick.
Yeah, the couple of times that the one time he tossed it up in his first over, it was cut away for 4. Generally, he's very accurate. So bowled a couple of loose balls in his first over. They were both hit for 4. But generally, you'll have him finding that ball just on a good length, drawing the batters forward, or trapping them on the crease, because, again, he doesn't loft it or doesn't toss it up, doesn't give you the time to be able to use your feet to get to him. Relatively difficult to score off of.
Milind Kumar wants the quick single and is going to get it. And Saad Ali has just gotten off to a really slow start. Normally a free-flowing player. We saw him time one excellently to mid-off earlier today. We've seen him play some glorious shots, but today it's just been tough goings for him.
Yeah, it hasn't really looked very fluent, and, you know, not the type of player where the pressure of a final would get to him. So I think it certainly can be attributed to good bowling. Just a few loose balls so far from the UMMC Knight Riders, but Saad Ali generally has been the recipient of good bowling.
Milind Kumar very eager to get these singles going, and it's a staple of his game. It's why he's able to bat at and around that 100 strike rate and really accelerate on from there. Someone who's played a lot of cricket domestically in India, playing and there and having a lot of that experience, I think is coming in handy here as he sees his teams under pressure early. You can see him not try to force the issue, just try to keep things ticking and moving in the right direction. Saad Ali picks one up into the leg side, the shorter side of the ground, and he's going to get all the way for 6. This is the shot we're talking about, Brian.
Well, it didn't matter if that was the shorter or the longer side. Lofting it into the air, and actually with the wind blowing from the northeast, that helped that ball when it gets up into the air. It is carried over the boundary. That probably would have been 6 either way, but it does go all the way for 6, definitely landing some 10 yards past the boundary rope. That is the end of the power play. 30 for 2 after 6.
Akhilesh Bogadam got hit for 6 on that final delivery, and Saad Ali, maybe that's enough to get him going, but it's going to prompt Jaskar Malhotra to continue pace from one end of the ground.
I said earlier that I thought that what they may do with Ali Shafiq is to bowl him out. If you're carrying any sort of injury to your lower extremities, you don't necessarily want to be able to field for 10 or 15 overs and then come back to bowl 1 or 2 overs at the death. So I think this is a good move. Strategically, it makes sense because he's been difficult to score off of. And then thinking long term about his injury, I think this is the best to get him to bowl his spell and then get him off the field.
Still that slip in place, and again, still very accurate. You mentioned hasn't really gone for many runs. Just had that no ball, had 1-6, and then backed that up with an over that just went for 1. So he's someone who is liking running from the northern end, and he's been accurate, showing the ability to move the ball off the surface as well with that live green grass, taking advantage and making it difficult. But now here's a matchup. Milind Kumar has been in some sort of flow. Saad Ali has just not been able to get off the mark, really hasn't looked in any sort of rhythm. And the last time he played Shafiq, it was 4 consecutive dot balls.
So you're still inside of the power. I'm sorry, you're outside of the power play, but you're still having a slip in position, which I like to see. Staying on the attack is Jaskaran Malhotra. Brings Calvin Savage into the circle at short fine leg. And there's also a man inside the circle at short third.
This one just pushed into the offside. And again, this is going to be crucial for Saad Ali just to continue to get the runs flowing. Can't really stem things down. I don't think 120 is going to be quite enough here, Brian. I think you're going to have to push. I think if we get to 140, 150, you can definitely put up a competitive total and we'll have a competitive finish.
Well, it's going to take some doing to get to 140. As of right now, they're scoring at the rate of 5.05 runs and over. So I'll tell you that they're going to be looking for much more than that. This current rate gets them just over 100. So they're going to have to find the ability to accelerate. Accelerating, I said it earlier, is not going to be easy against Ali Sheikh and Mohamed Mohsin when those two come into bowl.
But plenty of batting still for the Kingsmen. Talk about Harmeet Singh, talk about Shehan Jayasuriya. Plenty of big bats in the middle. But it's important for these two to not expose them too early. Let the runs flow now. Hold your wickets in place. And these two can also take it to the cleaners as well if they get a loose delivery. And it's the approach Milind Kumar's come in with. Again, just rotating the strike around. He's put a couple of balls away, but hasn't played anything unorthodox. Hasn't tried to force the issue yet. This one finds that outer half of the bat once again and thought about the single. Overthrows are going to cost 1. Throw comes in from Ali Sheikh to Milind Kumar's end. It's all happening. Milind Kumar almost run out twice in that single.
It's not often you see a runner almost gets run out at the striker's end and then again at the non-striker's end. But after all of that, it just results in a very eventful single. So your 4 deliveries into the 7th over. 34 runs on the board means that you're only scoring, as of right now, at the rate of 5.1 runs and over. Once again, this current rate gets you to around 102. For them to get to that 140 figure that we thought is probably going to be something that they'll be able to defend, they'll have to go at 8 runs and over from this point forward.
Well, that'll certainly help you get there. You'll take runs, any form you can get them. Also, you notice on that delivery, Brian, Saad Ali using his feet, trying to adjust and make Ali Shafiq do something different.
Well, he's dropping it on the proverbial dinner plate. Saad Ali coming down the pitch to be able to interrupt and or adjust the length that Ali Shafiq is bowling. So far, the length was still good, but just that line a little bit too straight, swinging away down the leg side. If you notice, though, after the ball passed Ali or Saad Ali, it was swinging. So once again, you're in Houston. It's overcast. It's cloudy. So there's a decent amount of swing on offer if you can do it. Pity for the UMMC Night Riders that not very many swing bowlers are in operation today. It's mostly going to be spinners.
Right on the body this time, but it's tucked into a vacant leg side. No one inside the ring on that leg side. You talk about a deep mid-wicket and that long on fielder that's now coming inside the ring. And again, it's a stacked leg side field, so Saad Ali knew he had that vacant region, was going to take advantage of it.
This is feeling like this pair is struggling to get the ball off of the square. So the last wicket fell at 12. So this is a 24-run partnership. 24 runs in a vacuum is not bad, but you're using up a lot of balls to get these runs.
Using up plenty of more. A dot ball to finish out the 7th over. It's 36 for loss of 2. And spin to continue from the southern end. No more finger spin from Akhilesh Bogadam, but rather have gone to the wrist spin of of Sarbjit Ladda, who's been really spectacular throughout this tournament.
Just on that last point where I said that run scoring has been difficult, and it's been difficult because of good bowling. Just looking at the number of dot balls, 25 dot balls so far in the first 7 overs. And that translates to almost 60% of the deliveries being dot balls. So that, I think, is an indication of how well the bowling has been from the UMMC Knight Riders. And you mentioned Sarbjit Ladda has had a really good tournament so far. Generally able to get that ball on that off-stump line. Bowling now to the left-hander Saad Ali. In theory, if he turns it into him, that might present scoring opportunities. But there is Ali Sheikh in the deep, let's call it cow corner, looking for the opportunity to take that catch if he decides to go aggressive.
Just a push down the ground to start things off. Ladda's been really good, taking wickets pretty consistently in really big moments. We've seen Jaskar Malhotra be very confident in his DC Hawks teammate in the minor league, and again, that confidence has really paid dividends for UMMC.
So you start thinking now, when is the acceleration going to take place? Where are you going to start looking for something other than just a single down the ground? And it's not going to be easy against this bowling attack, but you get the sense that Milind Kumar, after having been there now for 15 deliveries, has 13, so overall not necessarily a bad strike rate, but you're going to want to see him push on more than that. The overall scoring rate of 5.16 is not going to be nearly enough as of right now.
This one just skirting on to Milind Kumar, and again, we've seen that out of the wicket. Just balls are starting to come on and just squeeze through.
A lot of variety in Sarbjit Ladda's bowling. He flights some, he pushes some through more quickly like that last one was. Of course, has a good googly to go with his regulation off or leg break. So you're definitely seeing all of the tricks being played by or be bowled by him.
And again, if it's just singles in the over, it's another good one for UMMC. At some point, the Kingsmen are going to need to push on. You mentioned it, Brian. We're here in the 8th over. Yes, you're 2 wickets down, but you don't want to have to wait to do all the damage to the last 5. You want to be able to get at least that one boundary and over.
My goodness. And, you know, it doesn't even have to be one boundary and over. There's acres of room. Look here, in a huge gap between long on and mid wicket. And in fact, if you're getting the ball in that area, there's a possibility of being able to sprint too. So what I want to see is more urgency. I don't get the sense that there's the urgency there. Yes, the bowling is good, but I don't yet see the opportunity for them to manufacture runs in the way that they need to. And part of that needs to be being more aggressive, whether through their stroke play or running between the wickets.
Well, there's an aggressive stroke. He's going to find that long on fielder, Saad Ali, and another really good over for UMMC. 1 delivery left in it, but just 3 runs. So unless Milind Kumar can find the rope, even then you're talking about a 7 or 9 run over, and you'll take that at this point.
Oh my goodness, yes. So 1 ball remaining here in the 8th. Only 3 runs from the over so far. My goodness. We're on track right now for 100 as the overall score for the innings. This current rate of 4.98 translates exactly to 100 runs. They're going to need way more than that. And interestingly, you see the cap blow off of Milind Kumar just now. What if that had happened when he was actually ready to bat or in the process of batting?
This one goes Yorker length, does Sarbjit Ladda, and it's an over that was singles and dot balls. Another really good one for UMMC. Just 3 runs coming from it. 8 overs gone. It's 39 for the loss of 2. Jaskar Malhotra, every trick he's pulled out has worked. It's worked real wonders for UMMC, and you got to start to wonder, when do the Kingsmen start to march on and try to play a bigger role here, Brian? And Versad Ali's been there for 19 deliveries, just 15 runs, has not looked in any real rhythm.
Well, look who has the ball in his hand. Naman Anwar has not bowled this tournament, to my recollection. I stand to be corrected on that. But that also, I think, is evidence of the paucity of resources in the bowling department. Naman Anwar, very aggressive right arm or right-handed batter, and is now going to be bowling right arm seam up around the wickets.
This one aerial, and could this be the over that the Kingsmen were looking for? They start off well. Saad Ali gets a little bit of width, sends it downtown for 4.
Well, you absolutely will accept that if you're the Kingsmen. Naman Anwar, very, I think, accurately can be described as a part-timer. Gets that ball wide and full, and allowing the room for Saad Ali to lop that over the top. That fielder on the boundary at long off, not able to get around in time. And the first boundary in a really long time here for the Kingsmen. They're now up to 4-3, but they're going to need, and I think you may have keyed in on it, is this the over that they look to accelerate, where they sort of pick on somebody who ordinarily affects the game more with his bat than with the ball in hand? Do they target Naman Anwar here and try to get an over where they score 10, 11, 12 runs?
Anyone room for the Kingsmen would hope so. You mentioned it, their first boundary since the 6th hit in the 6th over by Saad Ali. He's got this one again. Naman Anwar, he has 5 wickets in his 9 innings bowled in minor league cricket, so he's not someone who, as you mentioned, normally bowls, but can take those wickets. This one pushed into the leg side, and just going to settle for 1 run there, and it'll bring Milind Kumar onto the crease. But again, starting with that boundary is such a help for the Kingsmen. Now, a little bit less pressure. Yes, you're going to want to score 8, 9, maybe 10 runs in this over, but just have that 4 in your back pocket. This takes a lot of the pressure out the rest of these 4 deliveries.
Not only does it take the pressure off of the Kingsmen, it puts it onto the UMMC Knight Riders, particularly onto Naman Anwar. Because as a bowler, if you can see the boundary, your thinking is, oh my goodness, I need to make sure, first of all, I don't bowl that type of delivery again, and then I don't want to hurt the overall cause. The overall run rate now, 5.28. You don't want to concede runs that go above that sort of a rate.
This one's going to be wide. Jaskar Malhotra keeping up to Naman Anwar, and again, I think it's about, you saw him with the helmet off earlier. Now, I think it's more about keeping Milind Kumar and Saad Ali in their crease and making them play Naman Anwar from an awkward area.
You're exactly right. The first 2 deliveries, he was back. Now he's up to the stumps.
This one on a hard length, and again, because Jaskar Malhotra is up, Milind Kumar has to play at that one basically on his crease. It's a very uncomfortable position. He seems like he's jammed up for room, kind of in between which foot he wants to be on.
Now that was a good delivery by Naman Anwar. So that length is one that he's not going, you're not going to drive him down the ground unless you advance down the wicket. And of course, you don't want to do that with the keeper standing up.
This one fuller, and Milind Kumar gives it the punishment. It was in the slot and sends it back down the ground. 6 runs.
Well, I mentioned the length on the previous delivery was one that would not allow you to come onto the front foot. Well, this one was not such a length. This was in the slot. Absolutely able to drive that one, Milind Kumar, and just dragging it from outside, maybe a 4th stump line, and actually pulling it over to long on. And long on fielder did not even budge. He always was going to be in retrieval mode as opposed to trying to catch that. So an expensive over so far, 12 coming from it, with 2 balls remaining. So this is the type of over that the Kingsmen are looking for. Yes, they're very far behind in terms of where they want to be as far as the run rate is concerned, but they want to be able to push on from here, and maybe this is what will spring them in that direction.
And there it is. Naman Anwar picks up the wicket. Huge pumps from Jaskar Malhotra out into the dugout. Maybe just saying the plans worked. You can see it, hands up in the air. Milind Kumar just looking to run it down. Opens up the stumps, and he has to go.
My goodness. You will accept 12 runs from an over if you're Jaskaran Malhotra from Naman Anwar, if at the end of that over with 1 ball to go anyway, he'll take a wicket. And to be able to knock over the off stump of one of the better batters that you'll find anywhere in this country, first of all, and then certainly in this tournament, you can see the reaction by Jaskaran Malhotra, and of course, the same reaction by Naman Anwar. Look at this ball also, tailing in, moving in off the seam. I think you're exactly right. He wanted to play it towards the behind point, so he had a cross-batted shot in mind, but that ball moved in off the seam and took off stump out of the ground. So a brilliant piece of bowling for all of our comments about him being a part-time bowler. He certainly looked like a full-timer there.
And you saw Milind Kumar's face afterwards just saying maybe he kept it a bit low, and that's what the part-timer can do. You're just not sure what he can bring. We saw the fingers roll over that delivery as well, so you're just not sure the variations. You haven't seen it. You don't really know what to expect, and that's what sometimes the pressure of a part-timer can bring.
Sometimes there can be no pressure in being a part-timer because if you hit the part-timer, of course you're supposed to hit him. He's a part-timer. But if you take wickets, then that's a bonus, a huge bonus. I can guarantee you that Jaskaran Malhotra was not banking on 4 overs from Naman Anwar today. So anything that you get from him with the ball in hand is a bonus. You absolutely will take that.
He's playing with house money at the moment, and it's Shubham Ranjane who's made his way out to the middle. And we'll start with the single to get himself off the mark straight away. An over that looked good for the Kingsmen, but ends up being one that UMMC will enjoy. 9 overs down. It's 52 for a loss of 3. Welcome you back as Sarabjit Ladda to continue. Just pushed into the leg side for 1.
Sarabjit Ladda's first over going for 3 runs, so very economical. Most of the overs before that were very economical. And even with that 13-run over that we just had, the last 5, including that over, have only gone for 31 runs. So you're still doing a good enough job limiting the Kingsmen if you're the UMMC Knight Riders. Again, with a bowling lineup that right now is being held together by duct tape.
Saad Ali gets this one and cuts it well enough. It's going to be 4 runs. Has not been a convincing innings yet, but he's put away a couple of boundaries. 1 more to his name.
That is a good-looking stroke, rocking back onto the back foot. Maybe just a touch bit of width there from Sarabjit Ladda. In fact, I think that was the googly going across the left-hander and obviously reading it well and playing it just out of the reach at that fielder backward point for the first boundary. With that boundary also, Saad Ali's strike rate moves above 100. He's now 24 from 22.
This one lofted into the air. Fielders coming around, not going to get there. We'll just keep it to 1. And this was the question I was going to have with the leg spinner bowling into the left-hander, wind blowing in the direction of the leg side boundary, and the leg side being shorter. You have to imagine that Ladda was going to try to keep it away and out of the arc of Saad Ali.
But also note who I believe is the best fielder, Ali Sheikh, is stationed. That's exactly where I thought he would be stationed for that type of shot.
Ranjane again, just getting the singles and facilitating. This is what you need at this stage of an innings. You're going to need Ranjane to make sure he stays there. You still have, again, Harmeet Singh to come, Shehan Jayasuriya to come. So 2 really big hitters. Just don't want to expose them too early.
That certainly would be the thinking. Just 2 balls remaining here in the 10th. My goodness.
Big sweep, and again, you can see the intention from Saad Ali, trying to take that one well outside the off stump, but just missing it altogether.
One delivery away from the halfway point.
This one full Yorker length, and Ludda awkwardly collects that one to finish out the 10th over. It's 59 for loss of 3.
Halfway through this innings for the Kingsmen. It's been slow going, 59 for 3. They do have a set Saad Ali. And a very capable batting lineup. If they can get just maybe 100 runs in these next 10, could be looking at a competitive total. I think they'll be looking at minimum 140 wickets in hand. As Peter Delapena joins me. PDP, excitement ramping up for Sunday's Major League Cricket draft. Are you excited?
I am quite excited. The energy is palpable in the city. There was excitement galore at the rodeo last night. Kenny Chesney performing in front of 60,000 people. I found a new favorite sport.
What is that, PDP?
Mutton busting. It's 4-year-old and 5-year-old kids riding the back of a sheep while 60,000 people go bonkers cheering for them to see if they can get to the end of a gate. And a little 4-year-old girl from Spring, Texas, which is one of the northern suburbs here of Houston, she won the competition. And they asked her, how did you do it? What did you do to practice? She goes,
that has been crunched. That has been smoked for 6. This man, Shubham Ranjani, if he gets going, this could be a completely different game in the next 10 overs.
well, we're running out of superlatives to describe all the good things that Shubham Ranjani keeps doing, whether it's for the Seattle Thunderbolts or here for the Kingsmen. He's been tested in all sorts of different ways and keeps rising to the challenge. As we'll see a replay here, this 6 just too short from Naman Anwar and not really phased one bit. But yeah, mutton busting. So this girl, they asked her, what did you do to practice? She goes, I practiced jumping on my mama's back and riding her around the house. And then they asked her, what was more difficult, riding your mama's back or riding a sheep? And she thought about 5 seconds, and then she goes, the sheep.
Surely you don't like that more than cricket, Peter Delapena.
It's a contender.
No chance.
It's a contender. I got to tell you, if you were there last night and you saw 60,000 people going out of their minds for this 4-year-old girl riding the back of a sheep, you'd think long and hard. And hopefully, some of those people who are there at the rodeo will be tuning in for the draft. As a matter of fact, I know they will, because I know there were some cricketers last night who went to the Kenny Chesney concert. So there was a cricket presence at the rodeo last night at NRG Stadium. And there'll be a cricket presence at NASA on Sunday as well. There's the Moon to Mars Festival, and one of the things that was on the news last night, coming out of the Moon to Mars Festival at NASA, they unveiled a new astronaut spacesuit. It's like a navy blue, kind of black astronaut suit that they're going to be using for the space missions going forward, trying to get somebody back on the moon by 2025. And that's one of the things that the cricketers will be able to see on display at NASA Johnson Space Center when they go there for the draft on Sunday. There's a lot of exciting things happening here in Houston. The cricketers are getting a chance to experience this week and beyond.
Well, we do encourage, if you're in the Houston area, you want to come down to the NASA Space Center. Pace off this time from Noman Anwar. The ball has finally been recovered. The winds have picked up. This is the probably the most intense winds we've seen in the 4 days of cricket. So it tells you the weather may be close. Let's hope it stays away for now. Norman Anwar has done decently well. He's been expensive, but he's picked up the wicket. That's been crucial. Picked up the big wicket of Milind Kumar to break that partnership. This time Sad Ali goes straight. I mentioned the value of having a set batter at the crease. That is a big hit from the Pakistani.
He's had a couple low scores here this week, but he's making the most of a start here today. And he looks so elegant when he gets set. He's made some very big scores here since coming to the U.S. a few years ago. Really announced himself at the USA Cricket National Championships back in November 2021. He had an epic partnership with Obis Pinar. And he's been very effective in opportunities elsewhere around the country too, and he's demonstrating his skill set today, the former Pakistan international.
Well, I think this was the value of having 7 wickets in hand going into the final 10 overs. They knew that they have enough power, still Harmeet Singh to come. They have enough power to make up for a slow start. Norman Anwar, this has been the biggest over of the innings for Kingsmen. Final delivery. Goes again, but there is long on in place. Massive over though. 16 from it, 75, sorry, for 3. Eleven overs done, and the rain is officially down, so the drizzle has begun. Not seeing the ground staff too concerned, so I think they believe that it's just a passing shower. There is a heavy wind. Expect that to maybe blow the clouds away. So everything continuing like normal, but conditions not easy for cricket. And that's one thing about Houston I've really grown to admire in terms of how quickly conditions can change. One day could be 70 degrees, hot, sunny, great for batting. Another day could be freezing cold.
I tell you, this reminds me of the winds that are here. Reminds me of a couple times being at Cape Cod when I was a kid on the coast of Massachusetts when there'd be a tropical storm rolling through and it'd be 55, 60 mile an hour winds gusting up along the sea coast, and you kind of have to fight through the wind just to be able to walk along the street or back from the beach. The winds here are just absurd today. You've saw earlier Milind Kumar's hat kept falling off and eventually had to take it off and put it into his back of his trousers. And Jaskaran Malhotra was having a laugh every time it happened. Milind Kumar was having a laugh. It's just some very unique conditions for cricket anywhere in the world, and in particular even in American cricket context. It's rare that you experience something like is on offer in Prairie View. I wouldn't want to be one of the cameramen on the scaffolding towers. I got to give kudos to the camera crew, the camera operators who are here as part of the production team, because they're braver men than I know that much. I wouldn't want to be up there, but they're doing yeoman's work as part of the production.
I think something may have been in the eye of Jaskaran Malhotra. Seemed to be ready for a resumption, but Ogum is going to bowl from this southern end. And I don't think you'll see too many seamers now bowling from this end closest to us, simply because of the heavy wind. Straight up. There is a fear at that fine leg position, but it's straight enough from Saad Ali. And it gets to the boundary as well. A good start to the over. These last 7 deliveries have been very beneficial for this Kingsmen side.
Yeah, top edge, but no fielder there. You're not going to put a backstop in place behind a wicketkeeper unless it's under 10s cricket.
He's shown good situational awareness here, Saad Ali. 37 from 29. He knows he can go through the gears. He knows what's to come. Hamad Azam, Shehan Jayasuriya, Harmeet Singh. A lot of power. If they can get 100 in the last 10, they'll be looking at a 160 plus, which you think would be more than competitive. But Ogum's a tall man, getting some deliveries just to bounce. He's one that I think has surprised a few in this MLC Champions Open. The off spinner.
Tell you what it does show, some of the guys who've been on display here, who've been from the Seattle franchise, Seattle Thunderbolts, minor league cricket, the champion squad, just shows what a great job they did scouting and recruiting and mining the best talent in their area, because a lot of these guys essentially were no names. You get somebody like Akhilesh Bodhigam and Shubham Ranjani and Fani Simhadri. Nobody ever heard of these guys on the U.S. domestic scene before they became champions for Seattle Thunderbolts. And that's one of the great things that minor league cricket has done.
There is a fielder deep. I think he played that a bit earlier than he would have wanted, Saad Ali.
It's given a platform to some of these guys who might have been ignored or just never given an opportunity in the first place in the past. Somebody like Akhilesh Bodhigam, you've got so many spin options around the country. Basically just would have been lost in the shuffle, just in a sea of spinners swimming around looking for an opportunity. As you get to the end of the over, 83 for 3 after 12. Fani Simhadri, again, like I said, Shubham Ranjani. I mean, these are not players that were in demand. They certainly were not anywhere near the USA selection radar prior to all this happening. And I know some people might have felt, seeing what they did last year, oh, it was just a one-off. Everything came together perfectly. But the same guys who were top performers, you can't just say it was the big guns who were doing everything. It wasn't just Shadley Van Skalvik. It wasn't just Andries Hoos. It just wasn't just Harmeet Singh. That was an extremely well-rounded team. And everybody shared the load. And the way these guys are performing, being mixed in with different players, being tested against different caliber of player, elevated caliber of player, where the talent pool is concentrated. Depth isn't as shallow. It's a much stronger talent pool here. And basically every single one of those guys that came out of the Seattle Thunderbolts team, who were relative unknowns, they've all stood up and performed at various times during this week. And arguably the most impressive of all has been Shubham Ranjani with his consistency. Every single match he's performed.
It's going to be Ali Sheikh, the left-arm spinner. What a 2 days he's had. Back-to-back player of the matches in the last 2 games. It was with the ball in hand a couple of days ago. We picked up 3 wickets in the final over. Then yesterday, 49 from 38 deliveries on a surface which seemed tough to bat on. The youngster under 23 player will be looking to make another impact. In the gap this time, and Saad Ali, since that 10th over, he's really opened up. It's been astonishing stuff from him as he's gone through the gears into the 40s now.
Just fractionally too short from Ali Sheikh. And there's a sizable gap between deep backward square leg and a very wide deep mid wicket. So plenty of real estate for Saad Ali to capitalize on.
I don't think Ali Sheikh will mind that too much in the sense that he wants to force Saad Ali to hit into that leg side. But there's a huge gap, as you mentioned, between a co-corner fielder and a deep backward square. So a lot of area to score. This is a similar area, and Angelo Pereira does well to save what would have been a second boundary.
Man, outstanding work out there by Pereira. And Calvin Savage had kind of given up on that. He was expecting it to go for 4, and then suddenly Pereira stopped it and had to scramble to relay it in time to keep it to just the 2.
There is a fielder taken. That is such a good catch. He had to deal with so many different factors, and of course, it's that man again, Ali Sheikh, in the wickets.
Well, this was very casually taken. It was driven very, very flat out there. I think off the bat, Saad Ali thought it was going to carry over the rope, and it would have. The fielder didn't run across to intercept it.
Looked like Ali Shafiq ran around, or no, Mohammed Mohsen actually, who ran around and took that catch. So excellent work on that long on boundary. But it hit him high up on the bat. Saad Ali, it's a big wicket to break the partnership because it was developing really nicely. The scoring rate has picked up drastically in the last 3 overs. Gone past 7 and over now.
Yeah, you called it. Mohsen took the catch. Yeah. The wind conditions all week long, there's really not been such a thing as a straightforward catch. But he took that so comfortably. Now Harmeet Singh comes out to the wicket. We've seen him launch some 6s down the ground during the week.
And the partnership between Saad Ali and Ranjane was 39 from 23. On this pitch, where things have been a bit too paced, it has been tough. The ball hasn't come onto the bat. That is a very valuable runs in the time that they were able to score it. Singh, I think, has made his intentions clear. He's still going to play his game and look to go after the bowling regardless. Ends the over. End of 13, 91 for 4. So still continuing with Akhilesh Badogam. Has bowled well, bowling his final over. 3 overs, 1 for 25. We'll be looking for another wicket to round out what has been a successful week for him in terms of this MLC Champions Open. Man that took the 5th most wickets in the minor league season for the Atlanta Lightning. So he has been in the wickets. They do have 2 overs from Calvin Savage and 1 from Shafiq. So that's 3 of the next 6 taken care of. I expect Ali Sheikh to come back into the attack. Noman Anwar has bowled 2, but he's gone for runs. Gone for 14.5 runs per over. And of course, Sarbjeet Ladha has been a big wicket-taking option for Malhotra. Has taken 6 wickets. in the 3 matches. Much quicker delivery. Been interesting how Malhotra's used Sarvjit Ladder, the leg spinner. Not often you see a leg spinner bowling inside the last 5 overs. Yesterday he bowled the 17th over and just went for 8 runs and picked up a wicket. So he's slowly becoming a go-to option at the back end for Malhotra. I think when you look at Sarvjit Ladder and you put him next to some of the leg spinners in the country, I think he stands out massively. He's got IPL experience. He's going to be one you want to keep your eye on in that MLC draft, Peter Delapenna.
Yeah, there's no shortage of spin options, and he's definitely one of them.
He's got a really good googly, hard to pick. There are plenty, a plethora, as we say, of spin options, but when you look at leg spinners, actually, they've been a rarity. You don't find many leg spinners. There's Mohammed Mohsin, there's Ladder. Someone like a Yasser Mohammed, who's been in and around the USA national side, end of the 14th over, 96 for 4. I think Ali Shafiq will come back into the attack. This is an interesting tactic, something that we've grown used to seeing from Malhotra. Often you see, as captains in T20 cricket, you tend to keep your 2 seamers, especially when you only have 2, for the back end of the innings. But yesterday as well, Justin Dill bowled out his full quota of 4 overs very early in an attempt to try and win the game. And here again, Shafiq bowling, so Harmeet Singh, this is high, but it's hit into the wind and is put down. I think it's Unmuk Chan, of all people, who's one of the safest pair of hands you'll see on the cricket field.
Yeah, I think he was just coming in too hot for this. He was running too fast. He didn't get a chance to steady himself. He needed to kind of ease up at the end, and he was just pushing too hard in it. And as a result, he was pushing not just hard with his body, but with his hands. Just kind of thrusting out a bit too hard, and it clanged out. I actually thought off the bat, Mohammed Mohsin had a much better angle to the ball, and he eased up at the end, and Unmuk Chan called him off.
It is good thinking, though, from the Knight Riders, because they know Harmeet Singh will hit the majority of his 6s down the ground. And if you looked at it down the ground, you're hitting into that big fan where we've seen several batters hold out in this week of matches. So they're almost killing him with his own strength, Harmeet Singh.
It's been a bit weird the way the winds have been swirling here, because at certain times the wind has been gusting fiercely towards that end of the ground, and then other times the wind just kind of shifts around like it is doing today, or the ball can hang up in the air a bit if you try and go straight down the ground.
Pace off, good option. But yeah, this is something that we've seen from Malhotra. Yesterday we saw it. Clearly he backs his spinners to bowl at the death of the innings.
And why not? With the level of success that they've had. As you mentioned earlier, Ali Sheikh got a Player of the Match award for taking 3 wickets in the 20th over on day 2. And Lada has been successful at the death as well, bowling late.
In the gap, but Ali Sheikh is there, so they're taking on his arm. Brave call. Harmeet Singh, though, quick enough. So far, Shafiq has bowled well. Hasn't conceded a boundary in this over, and he's allowed that score rate to dip under 7 runs per over. I think whatever the Kingsmen get in this innings, that first 6 overs in the next is going to be so crucial. If the Knight Riders can get a good start with Anwar and Chan, then all of a sudden this chase could become easy. However, if you take early wickets, it changes the complexion completely. Only a matter of time before Shubham Ranjani looks to go all guns blazing, a lot of batting to come. He's been there for 13 deliveries, a lot of time. But they bowled well to him. They've kept him quiet. Nailing the Yorkers. Another one there from Shafiq.
This is really good death bowling for Shafiq.
Wonder if you look to just use the gap behind square if he does go Yorker again, Ali Shafiq, because he's got both third and fine leg up in the circle. He goes down the ground though. But the fielder's there, and it's another good catch from Mohammad Mohsin. The wind factor playing a part. Harmeet Singh back in his power. But in the end, Ali Shafiq has the last laugh.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times now. The wind just holding the ball up there, trying to drive straight today. As the winds swirl around and change directions. And this time, a really good catch taken. It was there to drive, and a couple days ago, this would have sailed 25 yards over the rope for 6. Not today, as Mohsin does very well. No issues, at least a yard and a half inside the rope taking that catch. So Harmeet out for 6, 102 for 5 after 15.
Final 5 overs here in this final of the first innings. And a big wicket falling in that previous one to close it out. Harmeet Singh goes, and Aman Patel joining Peter De La Pena in the box. And Peter, you mentioned it, the wind playing a factor. And it's going to be Sarbjit Ladda with the ball in hand. Will it be? Yes, it will.
Yeah, if you're driving through the offside here as a right-hander, that's your chance to capitalize from this end. So just a bit of a teaser. Floating it up, seeing if you want to take on the leg spinner, who's been very economical. As Shan Jayasuri comes out, we've seen him come up earlier in the order throughout the week, but he's had a lot of opportunities and done well with them with the bat, so you can understand why they've shifted him around today, just to give a few other guys an extended stay at the crease.
He's going to need to have a big day. But Shubham Ranjani on strike, who has already capitalized a couple of boundaries to his name. A great pull shot for 6. This one in the air, but it's just away enough. He'll get 1 for it. Again, at this stage of the innings, it's now going to be about how many boundaries can you whip off, and expect Shayan Jayasuriya to go up early.
Yeah, former Sri Lankan international. He's had a productive week here and an extremely productive season with the Silicon Valley Strikers in 2022.
Look to cut that one, just again rushing on a little bit, also turning away. Ladda's been very good at using those abilities, has been very skilled and doing it all with a smile on his face, Peter.
I'm trying to think if there's somebody else I've seen on the domestic scene who looks happier than Sarbjit Ladda.
This time gets bad on at Shehan, but nowhere to go, and You see Ranjani was off in a hurry. Shehan, why is he sending him back? And these dot balls are not going to cut it here, but you feel if there's anyone to make up for it, Shehan Jayasuriya could do that, just that. Has the leg side, has the smaller side of the ground here for him. Change of angle, and it's been given a wide. Very late call there, but given one nonetheless.
Yeah, Jermaine Lindo had a long thought about that.
Big swing and misses out. Jaskar Malhotra unclips the bails, but unable to do anything with it. But you see the intent from Shehan Jayasuriya straight away. He's going to look to take advantage of a small leg side. Again, it connects. This time bat on it and has gone all the way. Just in his arc, and again, enough of it. A huge 6 for the Kingsmen.
Yeah, this is the matchup advantage. Having a left-hander with the ball turning in. And the wind going in that direction. And Jayasuriya sends that one into the physio 10 or the umpire's 10. Which one was it? Can't get a chance to see it from that angle. It went into one of those two 10s.
Another wide there from Sarjeev Ladda, just trying to keep it away from Shehan Jayasuriya. And I'm curious as to why he did change the angle. It feels like this might be a much easier angle for Shehan, a little bit less room for Ladda to work with. Can't squirt it across.
Unless he's going to be going googly after googly, but we haven't really seen that much. That one was, and it's turned far enough away the opposite way as Orangan to turn into wides. Too far out of reach for Malhotra. That would be the main reason why you would switch that angle if you're trying to just kind of angle it in and then rip it away. And that one ripped too far away, the googly.
And Ladda couldn't really believe that it was called a wide, but it looked pretty good from this angle of it. Again, we are just a touch off center. But now we'll be dealing with the right-handed Ranjani to close out this over. Flights it, hits straight back down the ground, and that's as straight as you like. 4 runs, 1 bounce over the rope to end a brilliant over for the Kingsmen.
Well, it's essentially pick your poison at this stage. And no respite for Ladda. Conceded 10 runs in 2 overs before this, and leaks 15 here. Big over for the Kingsmen. 117 for 5 after 16.
Well, you saw that Major League Cricket going to kick off July 13th, but first off, the draft will come to you March 19th, this Sunday, at the Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas, and all the players you've seen over the past 4 match days are going to be available and for teams to draft as Calvin Savage returns for his second spell here in the 17th. Full and straight, and he had a problem with the wides yesterday. Leaks one here. And Calvin Savage, you can see the idea, going for that Yorker on the body, not trying to give Shehan Jayasuriya any real room to hurry it into the leg side, but again, it's just been something that he struggled with since that first match where it was absolutely electric. Where his final over took 3 wickets, didn't give up a single run. Going want to replicate something similar. Try to hold down the Kingsmen, keep them under a 140. As this one's going over the top of covers. Hasn't quite timed it all the way, so it's going to be available for that sweeper cover fielder, and they'll pick up 2 runs.
He hasn't timed it, but he certainly placed it well. He's in a big gap over that extra cover fielder on the offside, and there's the long on and long off and the cover sweeper, and as long as he got it over that extra cover fielder, there was always 2 on offer. So well placed by Ranjani.
This one pulled away. We've already seen him play one in that same area. This time, even better.
Well, I know I'm wondering it, and I'm wondering how many other people are wondering it. What is Shubham Ranjani doing in Texas instead of playing for USA?
It's a good question, Peter. He's played 3 or 4 of those shots over the course of this match day, and he's done it against Cornet Dry, now against Calvin Savage. And he's just been on a real run as of late. And this one leading edge, but it's over the top. When things are going your way, they're going your way, and he'll find 4 more.
I know I've seen those scorecards that have been coming out of the warm-up matches in India, and I'm guessing you have too, Aman. And I haven't seen many scores that are matching up with what Shubham Ranjani's been able to do, whether here or last summer. And you wonder, what is it going to take for him to get the respect he deserves?
Well, you have to imagine this draft, he's going to get some of that. And here goes for Calvin Savage. Touch unlucky. Really squared Ranjani up. But again, if you're going to slash, slash hard. This time he's timed it. This time over covers. And this time it's another 6.
Kaboom! It's another of the Adam West Batman graphics coming up on screen. Pow! And a little jig. Does he have some Irish blood in him, Shubham Ranjani?
I'm not sure if it's a jig or if there was just something happening to that right leg. You could see him start to stretch it out as he met Shehan Jayasuriya, but he's quickly moved into the 40s after those 3 boundaries. And again, this one probably the best of the lot.
I just look at the face of Calvin Savage. He's just like, what do I do? I've tried to bowl to this guy in 3 or 4 different areas, and he just does what he feels like with each one. Struggling for answers.
Well, that's an answer there. Goes with the Yorker. Gets a much-needed dot ball after 3 boundaries. Again, with 1 delivery to go, Ranjani's just been so impressive.
Yeah, his bat looks about as wide as a surfboard right now.
Might be seeing the ball like a beach volleyball.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Well, that one's going to be another one. Too wide, too quick, and just too easy for Shubham Ranjani. Make it another 6. The 3rd 6 of the over for Ranjani.
Touchdown, baby. Short and wide, that's the shot of the day for me. Clearing the point boundary. And the arms go up from Jermaine Lindo, signal 6. What an extraordinary shot. 143 for 5 after 17.
Well, we've seen this time and time again from Jaskar Malhotra going to the spinners in the death, and a change of ends for Ali Sheikh. And they'll continue to go with him, and it'll be left arm orthodox into the left-handed Shehan Jayasuriya. So another challenge for the youngster. And this one hurries everybody. It's going to be 4. Was there anything on it? Is going to be the question. No, it's just 4 buys, and runs are runs, and you'll take it if you're the Kingsmen.
He's targeting that leg side boundary where the wind is blowing, and that one looked like almost a seam delivery. It darted away. Now you expect from a left-arm spinner, so just Ali Sheikh continuing to offer something different. We've seen a bunch of spinners add that delivery to their arsenal.
This time bad on it, but just going to find long on. Again, Ali Sheikh, he's been really good in the death. Normally, spinners, they can be taken to the cleaners once you get to the later stages of the games, but Ali Sheikh, he's really shown an impressive ability to bowl in the back half of innings and give you quality overs whenever you ask of him. And when you think about Major League Cricket, you think about needing those under 23s based off his performances here and in the minor league. You have to imagine he's going to be one of the first, if not the first, under 23 off the board. So he just cramps Ranjani up for room.
He's certainly done himself no harm. As Ranjani raises his bat, he knows the score. I wonder if he's one of those players who counts the score in his head. There are a lot of those out there because there's no scoreboard here at the ground that's showing the batter's score. And unless he got a signal out to him to tell him what he's on, he seems to me like he might be one of those guys who keeps score in his head. He likes to know where he stands. He raises his bat for 23-ball half century.
A brilliant half century followed by a brilliant 6. Shehan Jayasuriya picking it up where he left off in the previous 2 overs. Another one.
This is a very curious decision, I got to say, from Jaskaran Malhotra, having Ali Sheikh come on from this end because of what we talked about. The ball is turning in. We saw how much trouble Sarvjit Lada had. If you're turning the ball into a left-hander, you're putting it into his hitting arc on a day when the wind is screaming out to that side of the ground on the western boundary. It's not a gentle breeze today, it's howling.
Howling indeed, and the Kingsmen, who got off to a slow start, 22 for 2 after 5, have moved past 150 now. And Ali Sheikh this time goes Yorker, goes quicker, and Shehan Jayasuriya will find 1.
Like I said earlier, it's pick your poison. We've seen how destructive Jayasuriya can be, and there's been no respite offered by Shubham Ranjani either. It's now on 50.
This time straight. Has he got it straight enough? I don't think he's timed it quite well enough. He won't beat the man at long off, but they will get 2. Will the Kingsmen to close out this 18th over? It's 158 for a loss of 5. Two overs to go here in this first innings of this finals matchup between UMMC and the Kingsmen. And Calvin Savage, who was taken to the cleaners in his previous over by Shubham Ranjani, who hit him for 3 6s and a 4, is back to Shehan Jayasuriya. And Shehan will just tuck it into the leg side, and he'll bring out Ranjani. And we'll see what Savage has in store. He went wide Yorker, he went short ball, into the body, short ball away. He's tried a lot of different deliveries, but hasn't quite found the right one to bowl to Ranjani.
And conversely, Ranjani hasn't had to do anything unorthodox. All of his shots have really been textbook. He's not had to shuffle across to try and scoop over a fine leg or reverse scoop or back away from his stumps or do anything else crazy. He's just been orthodox clean hitting.
And just not going to hit the run up that time as Calvin Savage, and maybe a little bit of gamesmanship there. But again, just trying to disrupt some of this rhythm. UMMC will feel like they let up in the midway point of this innings and really just started with that one Noman Anwar over in the 11th that went for over 15. And there's a delivery there, a crucial dot ball for Calvin Savage.
One of the rare miscues that you've seen Ranjani have. He's not had clean contact on the ball.
This one, skied. Who wants it? Who's going to find it? Long off in place and takes it. Mohammed Wilson, he's looked really good out, taking 2 really good catches. This one, maybe the easiest of the lot.
Well, you could see Ranjani walking off what he wanted to do there. He was trying to almost play a helicopter shot is what he wanted to do, to flick it over wide mid-wicket. And instead of finding wide mid-wicket, came off almost the leading edge. And he's got such good timing, and his edges must be thick enough that a leading edge trying to go to clear deep mid-wicket flies all the way to long off. It's the modern bat technology nowadays, but carries to Mohammed Mohsen, who's got 3 catches out on that boundary now. He's had a very good day in the field.
Can't overstate how big Ranjani's innings was. A quick fire half century just in 23 deliveries. Was able to really propel this Kingsman score. Again, 16 at the end of 16, it was 117 for 5. At the end of the 17th, 143 for 5. That's the kind of impact he had on the innings, and it'll bring out Hamad Azam, who we know can throw the willow around as well. Hit some really big shots in yesterday's affair against Sump Army. So the challenge is not getting any easier for Calvin Savage, but he'll come back with a little bit more confidence after seeing the back of Shubham Ranjane. And this one, good, slower one, and they're going to sneak off for a bye. Jaskram Malhotra unable to collect it cleanly. Also stayed on the ground for a while. Hope he's going to be okay. Still on the ground there, stretching out his legs.
I think it was just a faint bottom edge on that. No signal from the umpire, so it was given his runs. And just that kind of knuckle bounce. We'll have a look at the replay here. Didn't really look like much deviation, but again, it was given off the bat. And just that in-between bounce, Malhotra just hit him in a slightly exposed area.
Well, Savage has looked good against Shehan Jayasuri. He's kept it on the body. He's kept him on the back foot. This time goes full and just misses down the leg side.
Well, he's looked good about against pretty much everybody except for Shubham Ranjani. And in spite of that, he still managed to get his wicket. So even when he was being tested, he still managed to come out with a wicket on the other side of it after the punishment he took from Ranjani a couple overs ago. And again, Calvin Savage, another guy who's quietly impressed in a lot of ways, took 4 wickets a couple days ago.
This one outside edge, and it just finds short third. Did well to keep his body behind it. Keeps it to just 1. So a good comeback over this from Calvin Savage. Again, got hit for 4 boundaries in his previous over. He's only given up the 3 runs, and it's been scored as byes. That one that came off of Jaskram Malhotra.
Yeah, may have been a change of signal scoring from the umpire.
And again, another good pace-off delivery. Just rolled his fingers over it to close out this 19th over. A good one that saw the back and the end of Shubham Ranjane. It's 163 for the loss of 6. Here we go, final over of this first innings, and it will be bowled by Ali Sheikh. He's been given the final over in previous times, and he's performed well. Now could be bowling into the left-handed Shehan Jayasuriya. Hit him for 1-6 in the 18th. Instead, going to start with Hamad Azam and the fielders out in the deep. Long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. And starts with the reverse. Stifled appeal from Jessica Malota. Is going to get one. Interesting to start with the reverse, especially with all the fielders inside the ring on the offside. Thought he might just attempt to just push it into the leg side and maybe two that way. But was quick in that decision. That one definitely hitting outside the line of off stump.
And we haven't really seen too much of the unorthodox stroke play because they haven't needed to.
Change of angle for Ali Sheikh, and how about this? How about this from the youngster? He's shown his ability in the field consistently. This time, the return off his own bowling hits so firmly back to him. I didn't even get the chance to process the fact that he's taking the catch, and it feels like he hasn't even processed the fact that he's taking the catch of Shehan Jayasuriya.
This is the king of cool, Ali Sheikh. No big deal. I'm Ali Sheikh. I take those 7 days a week. I gobble them up for breakfast. That's what he's saying right now. There's no need to celebrate.
Look how firmly that struck, and again, Shehan Jayasuriya just get it as hard as he could right back, and Ali Sheikh was in position early, got his hands down, and again, has really taken some impressive catches in the field, Ali Sheikh, in a big moment. This one aerial, but in the offside, away from any but fielder to bring Hamad Azam back on strike.
Just when you think these guys have provided enough ink for the scouts, they come up with something new and different. Ali Sheikh talked about he's one of the players who's really stood out along with Shubham Ranjani. Just when you think he's done everything possible to state his case, he comes up with something even more incredible.
Chetan Bish got off the mark straight away to bring Hamad Azam on. And this time, just wayward in the line there from Ali Sheikh. 2 full down the leg side. Easy pickings for Azam. He'll take 4.
Well, this was quite clever from Hamad Azam. Again, he went a long way across and just converted that into a full toss. He saw the gap. He was slightly premeditated, but still, there's a lot of skill involved in trying to pull that off. He did it effectively.
Well, 2 deliveries. He's gotten down quickly. See if Ali Sheikh pulls the length. Does, and huge appeal. No interest from the umpire, but they'll take 1 off the legs. Again, if you just take another look at this, fires it in quick, pulls the length back after seeing the 2 sweeps. Again, couldn't quite see, but felt like it was probably pitching outside the line of leg stump, also hitting pretty high, and he'll get the final delivery into Chetan Bish as the wind howls here at Prairie View. Bish lost it in the air. Has he got all of it? Has not. Fielder coming around. Nitish Kumar makes it look ever so easy. Simplest of catches and 2 wickets once again. Ali Sheikh taking wickets in the final over. It seems to be becoming a habit for him. Took Shehan Jayasuriya this time, takes Chetan Bish, but the Kingsmen, they'll be happy with the score they were able to get on the board. It's 170, but a great final over that from Ali Sheikh.
And again, he's just been so impressive all week long. Another 3-wicket haul for him. And that catch that he took off his own bowling was a piece of art, a work of art for Ali Sheikh, putting a stamp on his week, at least in the field anyway, because they could use his bat in this chase. He's still got an opportunity to play a pivotal role in the second half of this match. And on the flip side, Shubham Ranjani, again for the Kingsmen, What hasn't he done this week? And you see again on the wickets, Ali Sheikh, spin heavy attack. Sarvjeet Lada bowled 2 very good overs to start with, and took some stick later on from Kingsman batting unit. And Akhilesh Bodhagam 1 for 30 in his 4 overs.
Impressive stuff from UMMC to start things off. The Kingsmen, they fought back well. It's going to be an exciting chase. 170 runs on the board. That means UMMC, they'll be set in to chase 171. Don't go anywhere, because we've got some exciting second half of cricket to decide who's going to win the MLC Champions Open. Welcome back to this final of the MLC Champions Open right here in Prairie View, Texas. The Kingsmen in their first innings, after being sent into bat, score 170 runs. It's going to be a competitive chase here. Ziol Huq will open the bowling, as we'll see Noman Anwar and Unmuk Chand with bat in their hand out there in the middle. Peter, I think Ziol Huq, it's made for him today. Overcast conditions, wind swirling. We saw him yesterday have his best performance of the tournament, and if he can take some wickets early, he can really get off to a good start and get some momentum working for the Kingsmen.
Yeah, we saw him move the ball around quite sharply and with natural swing. And then when you add in all the wind on top of it, it's ripe for him.
Starts down the leg side, so starts with an extra there, but again, you want him to be attacking, and you like to see that slip in place because you know he's going to move the ball.
Hamad Azam, slip fielder. Deep third and a deep backward square leg. The two boundary riders, Liam Plunkett. He's that short fine leg inside the ring.
And again, just down the leg side, struggling with the lines today, and it's something that we consistently saw from him in the first two matches he played. Just struggled with the areas, and when he was in the right area against Sump Army yesterday, made life incredibly difficult for the openers. But when you're just straying down the leg side, giving those freebies, it's very easy to clip off your hip and find those extra bits of runs.
I said Liam Plunkett is at short final. It's a Liam Plunkett imposter. It's somebody wearing Liam Plunkett's jersey.
This one in the air, away from point. Pushed it out wider that time. And Noman Anwar will get off the mark to bring on Udumuk Chand. And he'll be looking for a bounce-back performance after being dismissed early yesterday.
We'll just see how competitive the juices are flowing for him, because he made quite a statement a few days ago with a very fiery knock, but missed out yesterday.
Taken by Emilio Ponzo, and again, he's had some really good innings so far. And Ziol Huq will get away with that one, just flirting it out wide there for McJohn. You mentioned how much of the competitive juice is flowing. You'd have to imagine he wants a statement piece of a victory, but with a couple of really great innings, some incredible shots showing off the wide array that he possesses, he's really set himself apart in this tournament. This one, that's the first genuine signs of movement. You can see it just pitching and leaving. Unmuk Chand beating the outside edge. That's where you want to be if you're Ziol Huq.
There's some serious heat behind that one as well. Hustling Unmuk Chand.
Again, if you can get 3 or 4 deliveries consistently in that area, we'll get that nick back to the keeper of first slip. This one just beats him over the top. Again, plenty of bounce in the wicket, and that's why we're seeing the ball rush up and take that extra bit past the batter.
Again, this is the final, but we do have one more game coming up later today, third place game. Weather permitting.
Again, Peter, just take a look at this, how much this rises. Unmuk Chand was looking to just ramp this one over the top and pull it. Get a little bit extra bounce. We saw Alicia Feek get extra bounce. Ziol Huq much quicker. Is doing the same so far, and he's been on the money since those initial 2 wide deliveries. 4 consecutive dot balls with 1 delivery left in the over.
And it's just a matter of Batters knowing that they've got one half of the ground that they can access. I think they're just going to want to bide their time in this over. Try and capitalize from the opposite end, those 10 overs from kind of the forest end with the wind helping them.
This one's genuine swing. It's going to beat everybody. It's going to be at least one extra, and it will be a wide plus a single. But you don't mind this, I think, if you're Zio Huck. There was genuine swing. That one started on middle and leg and just swung past the legs. Had this one started down the leg side, it would have been a bigger issue, but you'll take this if you're Zia.
Like you said, it's one of those occasions where you don't mind a wide because you're getting the encouragement and the conditions, and you know it might be just a matter of time before you strike.
And needs to get wickets early. Off to a much better start, our UMMC compared to the Kingsmen. And I'll attack the stumps there. Dot ball to finish out the first over. UMMC 5 for none. Well, we'll see pace from both ends as Zeel Huck bowled that first over, conceded 5 runs, and we'll get to see your favorite, Peter the Liam Plunkett imposter.
And it is here Joshi out of California.
First action for Rushir, and you can see plenty of bounce on offer as he started to Mukchand, and Mukchand uncharacteristically unable to get runs going early. Someone in this tournament at least has found ways to score rather quickly, been very aggressive, and score of 171, no easy task, needs to go at around 9 and over. This one angles in, and there's the one we're talking about. He'll get off the mark with a glorious hook shot. Just angling down the leg side. Far too easy. 6 runs to Mukchand.
Yeah, we've seen him excel against the short ball throughout this week. And Ruchir Joshi just getting a lesson. Says, howdy, youngster. This is how we do it in Texas. Mukchand greeting him with a 6.
You see that one not rising quite a bit. It was well directed, but didn't get up to helmet height, so just far too easy. This time Fuller, Mukchand looked to use his feet, but will find the inner half of the bat. Out to Shubham Ranjane, and that's better. Good adjustment from Joshi.
Even though Mukchand, he's got a smile on his face, he's being a bit mean to the youngster. He's trying to bully him around, hooking him for 6 and now charging down the pitch. No mercy. Trying to teach him a lesson.
There's no cover, deep cover, and that's exactly where Mukchand loves to play. This time pulled into that leg side to that deep backward square fielder. Was thinking about 2, but to only get 1. Getting a good over for UMMC to start things off. 7 runs already from it. And for Ruchir Joshi, I think he's finding a better length now. Was just, I think, a touch too short in those first 2 deliveries. Got away with it the first delivery. Second time, put away for 6. I think he's found the length he wants to operate in. Been more angling into those right-handers. I think he could just afford to be maybe a touch fuller. And is Fuller there, and you can see it there, the carry on offer and that sideways movement. It's always going to be dangerous.
just coming inward a bit on that occasion. We've seen a couple of boars able to shape it both ways.
This time width on offer and has been crunched through the offside. Too wide, too easy. Noman Anwar never going to miss out on that one. 4 more.
And it was on about 7th stump, plenty of width, and just gets on top of it. Noman Anwar. It's been quite impressive throughout this event. 16 for none after 2.
And it will be Zia-ul-Haq who will continue with the ball in his hand. Again, I think he started to figure out where he wanted to be. He was getting the ball to move away off the wicket into the right-hander in the air and was able to vary the length. And I think if he can just get the line right in this over, he could see the back of one of these two. That one leaving Umukchand, but just worked out to deep third. And wickets are going to be the name of the game here for the Kingsmen. A deep batting lineup for UMMC. You talk about Jaskar Malhotra still to come, Calvin Savage, Angelo Pereira, Ali Sheikh was one away of a half century yesterday. Plenty of bats available. And so the earlier you can see those men in the middle, the better you'd feel about your opportunity to get them out and get a championship here. This one, just rolled the fingers over it, didn't quite carry the way Noman Anwar thought, looking to pull this one well outside the off stump. No one on the deep on the leg side besides the backward square. So anything in front of square through the infield is going to find the rope if it's timed well enough. Zia-ul-Haq, member of the Chicago Blasters, would have seen plenty of Noman Anwar, part of the Michigan Cricket Stars, and both in that Central Division. This one on a length, and they'll take a quick single. Something we see often from this pair. They're more than willing to run and more than willing to convert ones to twos, zeros to ones, and keep the strike moving, even when the boundaries aren't flowing. Saw 2 boundaries in the previous over, takes a lot of the pressure off. And again, I think Zia-ul-Haq could afford to be just a touch fuller. He's been really back of a length, pretty consistently keeping the batters on the back foot. I think at this stage in the match, I'd want to see him get Unmukt Anwar to drive. This time short, and it just leaves Unmukchand and doesn't quite get that finish back to Jinder Singh, but again, changing up the types of deliveries here.
He's been bowling pace off more this over. First over, everything was pace on, really hustling guys. This over, he's bowled quite a number of cutters just to try and get them off balance.
I'd love to see him sneak one of the seam-up deliveries in there, let it swing in these overcast conditions. As this one's just pushed to short cover, so consecutive dot balls there. Always going to love that. And again, we know how dangerous these two in the middle are. The longer you can contain them, maybe make them play a rash shot, a shot they normally wouldn't play, but dot ball pressure is always something to watch for in T20 cricket. And just making a little adjustment in the field. He's taking out that slip fielder, and I think it's, as you mentioned, Peter, a lot of cutters moved him more to a wide gully.
It's not a position you see too often in T20 cricket. Hamad Azam shifted over there.
Goes back for the length, pulled into the leg side. Like we mentioned, no one in front of square out there, and it's an easy way for Umukchand to find 4 more runs.
He's been one of the best players of the short ball throughout this competition. And again, just latches onto this. And the wind helps it get over the rope. 22 for none after 3.
And a couple of expensive overs have prompted the captain, Harmeet Singh, to bring in spin and bring in himself. The left-arm orthodox will come in and hopes to take a wicket here. And it seemed to be a strategy that worked for Jaskar Malhotra. Think about the fourth over that he did. Had 3 overs of pace and then followed it up from this very end with Akhilesh Bogadam, who took a wicket on his very first delivery, the wicket of Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Harmeet Singh looking to employ a similar tactic here.
It's been quite interesting to see which ends the spinners have been operating from as the winds have shifted throughout the week. Some of them early in the week were preferring to bowl from the forest end, and now you're seeing more of them trying to bowl from this highway 290 end.
Well, long off and a deep backward square in place. And just push to cover. Harmeet Singh, very good bowler in his own right. Part of that India under-19 World Cup win that featured Udmukh Chand. This one aerial, but it's away from everybody. And it's going to run all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Touch unfortunate, but runs nonetheless for UMMC.
It's almost like it stuck in the pitch a little bit, as he kind of had to hold up his hands mid-shot to try and make sure he was able to guide it behind point where he wanted to, and it climbed on him more off the top edge of the bat, but still got enough of it to get it wide of the fielder and backspin away to the rope.
Harmeet Singh with 32 wickets over the course of 2 seasons in minor league cricket for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Obviously the captain for that side that won the title in 2022, but this shot for Noman Anwar is showing why he's going to be such a hot commodity come Sunday, Peter.
Yeah, we saw something similar from Hamad Azam towards the tail end of the first innings. He just get outside off stump and try and create the angle to go over fine leg with fine leg up in the ring, and this time much straighter on the stumps. That was right on middle stump basically, so degree of risk involved in that shot, but trust the bounce, trust his proficiency with the sweep, clears that short fine leg fielder, and then some, carries all the way for 6. Gorgeous shot.
And again, I think he's judging that risk based on the fact the fielders, we're in the power play, just 2 outside. That fielder's now moved more around in that leg side, more of a traditional backward square leg. As this one will find the other edge, but it'll beat Tajinder Singh, and they'll find one to bring Udmukh Chand onto strike.
And good adjustment from Harmeet Singh. Shifted the field around to plug that shot. And Haman has to do something different to adjust. Can only get a single out of it.
2 India under-19 teammates now, face to face. And it'll be down the leg side. We only can find fine leg. Chance of a run out, but very quick is Noman Anwar.
And it's Ruchir Joshi. Right there at short fine leg. It was hit straight to him, but it was a very well judged run by Noman Anwar. Reacted immediately, and as well as Joshi reacted to that ball, they got the single comfortably in the end.
The fine delivery of this over, 2 boundaries for in it. And be clipped into fine leg, and another quick single. This time a direct hit, but not interested is the umpire, Ruchir Joshi, putting the arm to use.
They've been picking on the youngster, and they get another single. 13 run over, 35 for none after 4. You can see flicked straight to him basically. He only had to move a yard or 2 to his left, and Udmukh Chand, in spite of the fact that it was a direct hit, makes the ground comfortably in the end.
Yeah, again, off in a hurry, and Moncton always saw it and was well inside, but again, an impressive good throw from the youngster who's looking to impress some of the scouts out here. 4 overs gone, it's 35 without loss. Saw 2 overs from Zia ul Haq, and we'll get a change. And that'll be Sanjay Krishnamurthy with the ball in hand. And Sanjay Krishnamurthy, another left arm orthodox, and there'll be his first signs of action with the ball in hand. Someone who's very impressive, has been in and around the USA national team setup. Was part of that under-19 team that never was, Peter.
And he was very impressive with his left arm spin. He's kind of had a meandering journey in terms of his development. At some stages, his batting has been far ahead of his bowling, and at other stages, he looks like he's primed to be a pure left arm spinner when he transitions to senior level.
Starts off well, just gives up a single. And Sanjay Krishnamurthy, 29 wickets across 19 innings in minor league cricket also, but he's been really good with the bat, batting at a strike rate above 160. A high score of 75. As this one is worked into the offside for 1, using the pace of Sanjay.
He's got a lovely bowling action. He's very consistent. It's very fluid. It's very rhythmic. It's very easy to replicate. Very technical action. Sharp contrast to Ali Sheikh. Ali Sheikh is more of a kind of a homespun technique. Whereas Sanjay Krishnamurthy, you can tell he's had a lot of fine-tuning to get everything perfectly in sync.
Again, you can see him, he's found a length that he prefers, and he's been operating there, this time much closer to the body of Chand.
He gets some nice loop. The one thing I have seen at times when he has bowled out here is if he's not in rhythm, he can struggle with the wind.
This time some width, but Chand unable to do much with it.
It's not something that's entirely unique to just Sanjay Krishnamurthy. A lot of bowlers are struggling with the wind, but something that he's going to have to adapt to and adjust to.
And surprising that it is his first bit of action, because you expect him to be one of those under 23s that'll have a lot of value, as deceives Chand there, just a little bit of movement away. Again, is able to turn it, was the best bowler in that under-19 national championship back in 2021, right here in Prairie View. And Unmunk lifts this one. One too many on that length, a little too much width, and that one's gone. 6 from Chand.
It's the one knock I would have against Sanjay Krishnamurthy is that you need to stay on your toes as a spinner in T20 cricket, and at times he just gets a little bit predictable. You said it, number of deliveries basically in the same spot, and Chand finally lines him up and wallops him over long off. Mid-off up in the ring, very safe shot. Goes for 6, 44 for none after 5.
Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. 1 over remains in this power play. Harmeet Singh uncharacteristically was expensive in his first over. This has been a dangerous opening pair for the UMMC Knight Riders. PDP on reflection. The Kingsmen did very well to get to 170. They were 59 after 10 overs, put on 111 runs in the last 60 deliveries.
And it was really thanks to Shubham Ranjani. We wonder if we'll see his medium pace at some point in the field as well, because he was mighty impressive with the bat.
He certainly is one to watch.
23-ball half century. That's what really lifted them up. And he took on Calvin Savage late in that innings and took him apart. Savage got his wicket a few overs later, but Shubham Ranjani very destructive. Had a partnership with Saad Ali that really contributed to getting them to the good total.
That is runs. That is runs. 6 of them. Noman Anwar, he's dangerous inside this power play.
Sanjay Krishnamurti can only look up and watch that sail over his head. Just muscling this over. It's been a high-scoring area. The winds have shifted around a bit. It's been an easy area to clear today. Square the wicket on the east side of the ground. Traditionally, even at certain parts of today, the wind has been blowing west. Still, to a large extent, is blowing west, but at times it's swirling around. Just very, very strange day here, wind-wise. Players have been quick to adapt.
I think he's got enough on it. I think he's got enough. This is a rarity in T20 cricket. You don't see batters taking on Harmeet Singh in this fashion. Second boundary in the over, already 15 runs from it.
Well, there was a huge gap out there because it was the power play. They didn't have anybody at deep mid-wicket, so we knew all he had to do was clear the fielder in the ring at mid-wicket. There was a deep backward square, Sanjay Krishnamurti, but he was so wide, he never had a chance to get to that one. And it's just short of the rope for 4. 57 for none after 6.
The ball is coming onto the bat nicely, and you can see batters are getting value hitting through the line. Boundaries are being scored. These two have got starts in almost every single game. Unmukt Chan and Noman Anwar. Been a good opening pair for this Knight Riders side. And they too have a deep batting lineup similar to the Kingsmen. And you mentioned Ranjani. First over after the power play, he's into the attack from the northern end. So Anwar will have to find different ways to score now with 5 men on the boundary. Certainly think though, PDP, you look at Shubham Ranjani, prior to that minor league final, his stock would have risen in that final, and now he's come this week, punched out a few scores with the bat in hand, a 50 today, he's gotten a few wickets as well. He is one to keep your eye on Sunday. There is a man at the boundary. Saad Ali takes a fantastic catch. Had to watch it really long because of the wind. And we mentioned Ranjani into the wickets again, making an impact.
Well, I said it before on air with Aman Patel. Why is he not playing for USA? He's really, really done so many good things here. And whether with the bat, with the ball, he's got to be on the radar at some point with all the good things he's done in minor league cricket and now here in this MLC Challenge in Texas. So we're running out of things to say about Shubham Ranjani, but not only has he helped his stock rise this week, it's skyrocketing. This is like .com 2000 bubble stock shooting up, 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 and up, and it shows no signs of bursting anytime soon. And you wonder, how high will he go in the draft?
Yeah, he certainly looked good, that's for sure, with both bat and ball. And it brings Angelo Pereira, the Sri Lankan, to the middle, number 3. Has had limited opportunities in this MLC Champions Open. It was a brave call from Ranjane, forcing Anwar, who had been well set, been finding the boundary consistently, to hit into the smaller side with the win. He just didn't execute as well as he would have liked. That run rate still very controllable, 8 and over. Unmuk Chan still there at the other end. And still batting to come for this Knight Riders side. Malhotra, the captain, Nitish Kumar, who's been good this week. He has 2 fielders on the leg side boundary square, deep mid wicket and deep backward square. That is so savvy, very savvy from Angelo Pereira. He won't get to the boundary. They come back for 2. No Isan Adil for the Kingsmen, dealing with some fitness issues, so he's one that they'll miss in terms of with his new ball prowess and skill, ability to swing the ball.
Very clever there from Angelo Pereira. Just using the pace to get off the mark.
This time goes pace off, and that has been the toughest deliveries to hit and score runs off of, really. The pace off deliveries. Ball just hasn't come onto the bat. You stand on the surface, PDP, and it almost feels like you're sinking in. It's not that soft, but definitely is not the rock hard surface we're used to seeing when the sun is out. I think that has added another element of difficulty with the variable bounce. End of 7 overs, a good one from Ranjane. 2 runs and a wicket. 59 for 1. Back live. We're going to see Milind Kumar into the attack. Did have some success with the ball yesterday with his off spin. He bowled a lot in India when he was there, so definitely very capable. You can see there some deliveries really bouncing, and it's why Unmuk Chan, who's usually a very fluent player, strike rate is only 125. Certainly think the Knight Riders can take a page out of the book of the Kingsmen. They were at this similar stage, Kingsmen 59 for 3, but in 10 overs, the Knight Riders have already reached that in just 7.2. But then it was all about the last 10, the latter half of the innings where they really went berserk. Thanks to Ranjane and Hamad Azam. They scored at 13.5 runs per over in the last 5 because they had wickets in hand. The Knight Riders could do a very similar thing if these two bat sensibly.
Yeah, well, they're already way ahead of the pace that Kingsman had. Remember, it was the last 10 where they scored more than 100, so comfortably ahead of the rate.
Just seem to be happy, PDP, with just rotating the strike for now, since losing that wicket of Noman Anwar. And if they're smart, they'll have Unmuk Chan look to bat through the innings, because we know how skilled he is, regardless of the surface. You want someone with his experience out there, and he probably allows a license for the man at the other end to look for boundaries, but no need to rush. That run rate still very controllable. A touch over 8.5 runs per over. Good first over from Kumar. 4 runs from it. 63 for 1. Ranjani. First over just went for 2 runs and he picked up a wicket. He's really becoming a prized commodity, given his contributions in all 3 facets of the game. There's actually been quite a few all-rounders when you look around the MLC Champions Open. Of course, his teammate and best friend Harmeet Singh, probably at the top of that list. You think about Corey Anderson, Bhaskar Yadram, all who can contribute with both bat and ball at any given time. And remember, PDP, each team in that major league is going to need to have 6 domestic players. So these all-rounders are going to be very important to complement the internationals that they bring in.
And again, just to remind everybody, under the MLC guidelines, domestic players, somebody who's based full-time in the USA, doesn't necessarily have to be currently eligible for USA, though.
What a catch! He's plucked that out of the air, and Ranjani again. This man is addicted to taking wickets and scoring runs in this MLC Champions Open.
Well, whatever he's got, I want to inject some of that into my veins, Nikhil. He's done it with the bat all week. He's doing it with the ball. And Harmeet Singh almost lost in the shuffle. That was a superb catch. We were on the perfect angle for that. We're at deep fine leg, so we're looking on a straight line to where that shot was hit at short extra cover, and it was struck quite firmly and at an awkward height too, where you kind of have to reach above head height, reaching across your body, but he knifed it out of the air very, very sharply. Outstanding catch from Harmeet Singh. We've seen some good catches today. We saw Ali Sheikh took a brilliant catch off his own bowling towards the end of the first innings, and now Harmeet Singh, this was not an easy catch. It was coming quite quickly. He didn't have much time to move to his left, but he latches onto it very, very well.
And all of a sudden, the pendulum swings back in the favor of the Kingsmen. They've got runs on the board. We know scoreboard pressure in a final as well can play a big part. I think it probably increases the value of Unmuk Chan's wicket at the other end. So Harmeet Singh is usual performers. Been a bit expensive today. He's had to go to the likes of Ranjani, Milind Kumar, who have done well in these last couple of overs to build pressure. Prior to this, they've only conceded 6 runs in the last 3 overs, so it tells you how well they've bowled. And it's probably built up to a wicket. Jaskar Malhotra, the captain, probably in the biggest time of them all for him to show what he's worth and show the scouts what he's capable of.
This is his last opportunity at this event anyway. Seeing what he can do in a USA uniform with 6 sixes in an over. He's had a somewhat modest week here compared to some of the other players.
The rain has begun, so just hope that the strong winds, which have been happening throughout the day, the wind has sort of pushed the clouds away from the ground. It's been overcast, but we haven't had much rain for the day. Should just be a passing shower, hopefully. Got over though for Ranjani. Another wicket coming. And just 3 runs conceded. Kingsmen are tightening the screws. 66 for 2. Pressure building on the new UMMC Night Riders. They had a really good start in that power play. Went at just under 10 runs per over, which was way ahead of Kingsmen because they only got 31 in the first 6 overs. But they've done ever so well to pull things back in this middle phase.
Jaskran Malhotra, he's unhappy with something. I'm not sure if it's the rain or some other issue that he feels like he wants to come off. Kind of a peculiar discussion he's had, walking all the way down the pitch to talk to the umpire as Milan Kumar is about to start his second over.
Well, the rain has halted. I know Jaskran Malhotra is a strong player down the ground. He'll be eyeing this big gap through extra cover. It's a brave call as well from Harmeet Singh to bowl Kumar from this end. Yes, I know the ball spins in and forces him into the bigger leg side. However, if he misses his length and it's a full delivery, Malhotra will fancy himself to hit through the offside. Not a big turner of the ball, Milan Kumar. Wanted 2, but will just be a single. How important is Umuk Chan now to this run chase?
Well, now that he's set, we've seen it all week. Some guys have had a difficult time getting set, but once they get in, they got to cash in. He's got to do that here.
I think with the fact that they've had a good start, it allows Malhotra a bit of breathing room to get set. They don't need to necessarily panic as yet. That's something Kingsmen do well. They just hold their nerve and catch up. There is a fielder, and he's taken it. That was the wicket that they wanted. These last 4 overs have been brilliant from the Kingsmen. They have stormed their way back into this encounter. Could that be the telling blow?
Oh. I'm not Sean. I think he was just trying to go a little bit straighter. He got it a bit too wide. And he didn't time it enough to clear the rope either. And that just, getting it as wide as he did, just left it open. You can see, just kind of comes off the outer half of the bat. He was trying to go basically straight back over the umpire's head. And instead it went much, much wider to the long off fielder. Saad Ali tracked it down, covered the distance 15 yards. You can see, you can't even see the long off fielder in the frame now. When the ball comes off the bat, the long off fielder is not even in the frame. So he was trying to go straight. He thought he had enough of a gap to get it in there, even though it wasn't quite where he intended. But Saad Ali covered a good 15, 20 yards. Really, really good effort on the run by Saad Ali to track that down and hold on to it and get the big fish, the whale, Unmuk Chand.
Well, since the power play, they have only scored 12 runs. 12 runs in the last 22 deliveries. And you could just sense something was building. I wonder, though, was it necessary? Knowing the importance of Unmuk Chan, I think it had to be Malhotra at the other end who had to go. Nonetheless, he's dismissed. It brings Nitish Kumar to the crease. Pressure is building. This has been really good from Ranjani, who started it by taking that wicket of Noman Anwar in the 7th over. And now Milan Kumar.
And Nitish Kumar is somebody who's really impressed. In a sea of quality players, he's really stood out. The former Canada captain. He's basically gotten a start every single game. Was run out, unfortunately, in a mix-up with Ali Sheikh yesterday. And Ali Sheikh went on to be player of the match. But Nitish Kumar, again, yesterday was looking really good. We'll see if he can continue that form that he's shown all week here in this innings.
And 6 overs have been bowled, so if the rain does come, Duckworth Lewis will be in play. But seems to have subsided, so we should be looking forward to getting in what would be a cracking 60 deliveries after this. They'll need similar 100 runs, just like what the the Kingsmen did in their innings. Wickets in hand were critical. Could it be crucial here for the Knight Riders, who are undefeated in this tournament? Halfway stage, 71 for 3.
Last 60 balls here in this MLC Champions Open as it starts. Just sprinkle a little bit outside. I'm Aman Patel, joined by Brian Walters as we head towards this last 60. Brian, an incredible fight back from the Kingsmen after the 6-over mark. Was 59 without loss. Since then, it's 71 for 3. And Harmeet Singh is bowling from the northern end.
We're at the business end of this match. A little bit of drizzle around. The drizzle, I think, is going to be less than ideal for the spinners. If the ball is hit along the ground, it's going to skip across the ground. That will enable the ball to get to the boundary more quickly. It almost sounds counterintuitive. This may actually help the chasing side. And I'm interested in seeing how well they can handle it. Now the rain coming down a little harder. And Jaskaran Malhotra wanting to insist to the umpires that they need to go off. No such indication yet.
And you can see, I think Harmeet Singh just a touch agitated by this delay from Jaskaran Malhotra, saying, let's just get as many deliveries in as we can right now. And again, they're going to go and line things up. And just got to wonder, when do the umpires say enough is enough? And as you mentioned, that's just what is the complexities within this last 60. The weather conditions playing a factor. As Malhotra puts this one into the onside for a run there. Again, still plenty of game. It's pretty evenly poised here, Brian. 100 runs, 99 runs required from the last 9.3.
Boy, just taking a look at the radar around, there's a lot of rain immediately around and almost in every direction close to us. So we're in a bit of a bubble, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to last for very long. Okay.
And just getting word that Duckworth Lewis right now is 78. Again, those 3 wickets are what's going to hold UMMC back at the moment. Things have just stifled down for them. Not able to find runs. They were finding them so easily. Those singles, those boundaries, free-flowing. Harmeet Singh was expensive coming into this over. 2 overs, 26 runs, uncharacteristically. But now he's reeled things back against 2 brand-new bats.
Boy, Duckworth Lewis is going to potentially have a part to play in this game, because when you're chasing, not only is it that you're looking for the runs, but you have to be careful because of the number of wickets lost. As you know, when the wickets are lost, then the Duckworth-Lewis equation becomes more difficult. More to say after this. The final score, or the score after the end of the over, is 73 for 3.
So you mentioned it, Brian, here with 9 overs remaining. Rain shouldn't play too much of a factor. 150 is our threshold for real rain to really come down. Milind Kumar starts. Big shout for LBW, and his fingers up. Nitish Kumar goes, and a huge wicket this. The Kingsmen, they're pressing all the right buttons, asking all the right questions, and right now well ahead of this championship.
This is a huge wicket for two reasons. Number one, because the quality of Nitish Kumar has been dismissed. But number two, because of the potential of Duckworth Lewis, that par score is going to go up. We'll get that exact number shortly, but that makes things exponentially more difficult for the UMMC Knight Riders, who have not done anything wrong this entire tournament up until today. I think they went in a little bit short-handed with regard to their bowling attack, and 170 runs have been scored. And we'll get back to that. In fact, we're hearing now that the par score is now 86. The Duckworth Lewis par score, they are 13 runs behind that Duckworth Lewis par score if you are the UMMC Knight Riders. So all sorts of trouble there looking at the replay that appeared to have been dead straight. And umpire Jermaine Lindo not with a difficult decision. Nitish Kumar having to go back to the pavilion. So now the new batter coming in is Ali Sheikh. Ali Sheikh is going to be asked not only to not lose a wicket, but to accelerate the scoring rate. Because again, as of right now, they are 13 runs behind the par score for Duckworth Lewis.
Ali Sheikh gets an inner half of that bat and gets off the mark straight away. But again, you could see the energy that Milind Kumar has really brought back. And I think it all started with that one-handed catch from Harmeet Singh. Shubham Ranjane went crazy after that wicket. Harmeet Singh went crazy. Then followed up Milind Kumar taking Ummuk Chand. You can see the whole team light up. And ever since then, they've had their tail up, a pep in their step, and have really been seeming like a whole new unit out there in the field.
Certainly, that's exactly the case. Now, particularly with regard to the loss of Ummuk Chand, you heard Nikhil Uttamchandani say earlier that they were looking, you would think, to have him stay at the end and have until the end and have the others bat around him. When you have who's probably your best bat dismissed, that there's no doubt that that energizes the side. You know, Ali Sheikh and Captain Jessica and Malhotra are going to be asked to do a pretty big lift here.
Both very capable as they take that quick single. Ali Sheikh, we've already seen him, 49 runs. Jessica Malhotra hasn't really fired with the bat in this tournament, but we know what he can do. Has saved games for USA in the past. Has been a part of a winning effort alongside Jesse Singh against Scotland, and known as a big hitter. So if anyone can accelerate, we know he can. But a lot of pressure now on the plate.
No question that there's a lot of pressure. And this is good bowling by Milind Kumar, right on target.
Well, this one in the air, couple of bounces, and it's just going to find the fielder. Really good work by Shehan Jayasuriya. Keeps it to just 2, saves 2 runs, and that'll close out the 12th over. It's 78 for a loss of 4. Well, Brian, why not? Why not give it to the man with the golden arm from the northern end? It's Shubham Ranjane. He's taken big wickets, already has 2 to his name. He really was the one who changed the game. He's back into the attack.
Shubham Ranjane so far bowling a really good spell as this is defended into the offside. Ali Sheikh able to scamper through for a single. Shubham Ranjane, 2 overs, 2 for 5. Make that 2.1 and 2 for 6. Stupendous bowling, and obviously he contributed earlier with the bat in a pretty amazing way. 52 from 26 and 2 4s and 4 6s. I think as of this point is in the pole position for player of the match.
Undoubtedly so. As Malhotra pushes this one for 1, and again, if Ranjane can find another wicket here, whether it is of the captain Jaskar Malhotra or Ali Sheikh, both of whom more than capable with the bat in hand, it's just going to change the outlook and really give the Kingsmen that step above.
Off air, you were pointing out where they are at this stage of the innings as compared to where the Kingsmen were. I'll say more after this delivery.
Quick single taken, and direct hit could have been interesting, and Alishay was thinking about one off of the overthrow, but again, you can see these two doing a lot of what the Kingsmen did, getting those singles to rebuild an innings.
So at the end of the last over, the score was 7-8. As of that point, in a comparable position at the end of the 12th over, the Kingsmen had 83. And remember, they accelerated tremendously towards the back end of their innings.
Well, shots like this that'll help UMMC accelerate. Set up, asked to be hit, and Jaskar Malhotra, known as a six hitter, he's going to do just that.
Jaskar Malhotra jumping all over that one. It literally sat up and begged to be hit, and he pounced all over it. A little bit of wind. The wind has died down, not quite as strong as it was earlier, but wind or no wind, Jaskar Malhotra is hitting that type of ball for six. So welcome boundary, welcome maximum for the UMMC Knight Riders. They're going to need to establish some sort of momentum to push forward, because as of right now, the required rate is all the way up to 11.3. You need 11.3 to win from this stage, almost 12 runs and over. It's going to be a bit of a steep ask from here.
This time, just really well done by Backward Point. Could have easily been squeezed through for four, gets a hand to it, keeps it down to one. And over UMMC will take. 13 overs gone, it's 89 for the loss of four. Rather, there was one delivery left in that over, and Ranjani will get just a dot ball to close things out. So that'll do it for 13th. It still remains 89 for 4.
89 for 4, so you're exactly right, at exactly the same position with 13 overs gone. The Kingsmen were 91 for 4, and then bearing in mind, you heard Nikhil Uttamchandani say this earlier, they scored at the rate of 13 and over towards the back end of their innings. So that gives you a sort of a sense of how much work that the UMMC Knight Riders have. And, you know, for the moment, it feels like the Duckworth Lewis is out of the equation because the rain seems to have abated. But bearing in mind, you at least have to be thinking in the back of your mind about what the par score is. And we'll get caught up with what the exact par score is, but that's also a consideration.
Big appeal, big shout. Not interested. Milind Kumar, he's already had a huge effect on this game. Take a look at this one, Brian.
Milind Kumar spearing that one to the naked eye. For me, it was going down leg. Yep. Left his hand headed towards middle stump, but then there was some drift that took it away down the leg side.
This one just pushed into the offside. No runs, valuable dot balls. And Brian, you talked about how the Kingsmen struck at 13 and over from this point. It, to me, was a 17th over that changed the game. Coming into that over, 117 for 5. Coming out of that over, where Shubham Ranjane hit Savage for not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 boundaries, they come out of it 143 for 5. Changed the whole complexion of it.
Absolutely.
UMMC is going to need an over like that.
They're either going to need one big over or they're going to need an injection that looks somewhere like 3 or 4 overs where they're scoring 14, 15 runs. Maybe if you go into the last, let's say the last 3 needing 45 or maybe even 50. You can get to 50 if you have wickets in hand. But this pair is going to have to stay there, and they're going to have to do some work. Ali Sheikh driving this one into the outfield for just a single.
And again, you mentioned it. It's these two you feel have to be the two to get things going. Again, still really, you have Calvin Savage still there, and you talk about some of the other members, but it's really these two. But there you go. Milind Kumar, golden arm. Jaskar Malhotra just swings all around it. And Milind Kumar, that's his 3rd wicket, known as a bat. But look what he's done with the off spin. Look how far the bail goes. Third man's bringing it all the way back. Milind Kumar strikes, 6th wicket down.
Oh, my goodness. the UMMC Knight Riders are collapsing in a heap. The captain has been dismissed. Jaskaran Malhotra, 17 off 19. The replay coming up, you will see Milind Kumar firing this one through more quickly, and it gets through the gap, looking to play that to square leg almost, maybe mid-wicket. Should have been playing that in the V, Jaskaran Malhotra, and essentially plays across a pretty straight ball, and yeah, completely knocking him over. Knocks the middle stump out of the ground, and that is the end of the captain. The job gets that much harder. One delivery remaining in the 14th. The score is 90 for 5.
And if you noticed on that one, Brian, you saw the right hand of Jaskaran Malhotra come off the bat so early, and it just shows the fact that wasn't expecting the ball to come that far in, and also just rushed through him. And Jaskaran Malhotra saw the zing bells light up and disappointed. And we mentioned this is a team that hadn't lost all tournament long, and now on the brink of just an utter collapse here. As Mohammad Mohsin will come into the middle and get off the mark straight away.
Two left-handers now. The off-spinners will love exactly what this presents. At the end of 14, the score is 91 for 5.
And we welcome you back here. 15th over of this final between the UMMC Knight Riders and the Kingsmen in this MLC Champions Open. Shubham Ranjane, ball in hand, going to be bowling in to Mohammad Mohsin. And you talked about it in the break. He's a hitter. He swings big. Is going to have enough to get over the rope. Touch of fortune, but you'll take it if you are UMMC.
You need runs any way that you can get them here. Mohammad Mohsin, who I thought was going to feature heavily with the ball in hand, was not asked to bowl. That's a curious decision for me. But now he's going to be asked to contribute with the bat. And they need runs, and they need them in a hurry. That top edge flying over Hamad Azam at short third and running away to the boundary for a very welcome 4.
Well, you mentioned he's a big hitter. You saw him swing for the fences, a strike rate above 170 in minor league cricket. As he tucks this one into the leg side. And this is what he's going to have to be careful of as they push for 2. Ali Sheikh is quick. Mohammad Mohsin, though, is he quick enough? Yes, he will be. But, again, for me, Mohammad Mohsin is going to have to find that balance between, yes, needing to score and swinging big and getting those boundaries, but can't throw his wicket away. But just maybe Calvin Savage as your last distinguished bat left, you can't throw away a wicket.
You absolutely can't throw away a wicket. And let's ignore for the second about the Duckworth-Lewis par score. You're just in a position now where Calvin Savage is the last real recognized batter.
Oh, how about this shot from Mohammad Mohsin, this time over cover, and he'll find 4 runs, a big over, and exactly what you needed, exactly what the doctor ordered if you're UMMC.
10 from 3. This is exactly what you need from the UMMC Knight Riders. Mohammad Mohsin in a Dallas Premier League match last summer. I saw him, happy to have been on the air when he was batting, take 33 runs from 1 over. So he definitely has hitting prowess. He's going to be asked, maybe not to score 33 runs and over, but he's going to be asked to accelerate the scoring and do it in such a way that keeps his wicket intact. So if the ball is there to be hit, then you're going to ask him to hit it. But you're also going to ask him to not sort of be reckless. And you're going to want him to take this, at least be a big part of being able to take this home without taking risks, but at the same time being aggressive.
Well, Brian Ranjani in his previous 3 overs got hit for 1 boundary. Here in this one, already 2 from the first 3 deliveries. This one's going to be another. Oh, no, really well stopped. Fine leg. It's Rushir Joshi. He's shown great athleticism in the field already today, and that one saves a certain 4.
Oh, that was headed straight to the fence at backward square leg, make it short, fine leg, and it would have raced. But for the excellent effort by Richard Joshi. Diving to his left, he's a right-hander. Here you see on the replay, absolutely sacrificing his body and saving 3 runs.
Ali Sheikh this time just wide of Richard Joshi and away from that deep backward square, angling too far down the leg side, and Ali Sheikh not going to miss out.
Ali Sheikh now joining the fun. He moves up to 9 from 7. Mohamed Mohsin, who's only been at the crease for 5 deliveries, facing 12. The 2 left-handers are going to be asked again to accelerate things here for the UMMC Night Riders. You're at the point now where even though Shubham Ranjani came into this over only having conceded 3 runs, make that 5 runs, he's already now conceded 15 from this over with 1 ball to come.
Hit back and just straight back to Shubham Ranjani, and he'll close out the over. A very good one for UMMC to close out the 15th. 106 for a loss of 5.
Well, we welcome you back. 5 overs remain in this grand finale. It's the last match in this MLC Champions Open in terms of one that has real significance in terms of the championship. And it's going down to the wire. The Kingsmen on top. Reverse sweep. And it's over the infield as well. That's what they needed. Mohamed Mohsin is very capable. I think it's gone all the way for 6 as well.
Mohamed Mohsin with the reverse sweep flying all the way over short third for 6. That shot was always on with third man inside the circle, but having that sail all the way for 6 I think is a bonus. Shehan Jayasuri I think brought on because there are 2 left-handers at the wicket, but the first ball is dispatched by Mohamed Mohsin.
Went for a big stroke again. Look at that spell from Milind Kumar though. The part-timers have done their job today. Shehan Jayasuri, another off-spinner from this southern end. Can he have similar success? That one fired in. This has been a good comeback since that maximum. We know Ali Sheikh is very capable. He got 49 yesterday, so this game is not over yet.
It's certainly not over yet. You mentioned that the off-spinners bowling to the 2 left-handers, but from this end, he'd be hitting potentially with the wind.
Has he got enough? Has he got enough? You bet he has. Wow, Mohamed Mohsin, he's taken over. 24 now from 9 deliveries.
I'm going to keep saying it. I've seen this man hit. He is a hitter of the cricket ball and a sweet timer of the cricket ball. I thought he would have had a big part to play with the ball. He did not. But now 24 from 9 says he is up for the challenge. UMMC Night Riders have a steep hill to climb, a truly steep hill to climb. They're needing to score at the rate of 12 and over from here. In fact, more than 12. You need more than 2 runs off of every ball the rest of the way. But my goodness, this is Mohamed Mohsin trying his best to drag his team over the finish line.
Has to re-ball it. Remember, the Kingsmen, when they were batting, had 1 big over. The 17th over, they got 26 runs from it. Could this be the similar big over to get this run chase going? He's going again. But straight to the man. Milind Kumar, he's not going to make a mistake. He's too safe of a fielder. Just 1. The asking rate has come down, though, with those 2 maximums. It's just 12 and over. It's very gettable, Brian.
It's more than gettable. I said earlier, if they went into the last 3 overs needing somewhere around 40 to 45 runs, that I would sort of favor them. And this is drilled down the ground. Milind Kumar in action again. In fact, it has less to do with the number of runs that they have to get and more to do with whether Mohamed Mohsin is still there. I have full confidence in his ability. Long way to go, but it's going to be a close finish. 121 for 5.
Well, the rain has intensified at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Seems to be some discussion in the middle. The batters, the bowlers, not sure. What's happening in the middle at the moment? 121 for 5 after 16. 50 from the last 4 overs. Gettable. Remember, Kingsmen got 68 from the last 5, and I think the players are going to go off, which is very unfortunate because the rain has sort of played tricks. It started and stopped. Mohammed Mohsen and Ali Sheikh, they don't want to go because they're behind Duckworth Lewis at the moment. But all the fielders have run off the field. Bit of cat and mouse happening here, Brian.
You're right, absolutely right. You do not want to go off if you are Mohammed Mohsen or Ali Sheikh because you are certainly behind the Duckworth Lewis. The fielding side probably knows that, which is why they're all running off. And then the grounds crew over there with the tarp is sort of taking their time bringing the tarp onto the field. So a little bit going on. You're going to want to make sure, though, if you're the umpires, that this game, you sort of make a decision. Either bring them on or keep them off. And, in fact, it appears that the players, the fielding side is coming back on. Kingsmen have been informed, apparently, that they need to be back onto the field.
Well, Jermaine Lindo, the standing umpire, he's a tough taskmaster.
Yes.
So he would have ensured that he's not going anywhere. And as you can see, probably rightfully so, the rain has subsided. And because of the high wind you get here at Prairie View, expect that to be a common trend. Even when the rain begins, tends to blow over pretty quickly. But it's taken a lot of time out of the game. Should have probably completed the 17th over by now.
Well, Nikhil, I'm sneaking a look at my radar, and it appears that there is a little bit of rain coming from the south, just south of us. That might have been what we just experienced. And then there's a bit of a dry pocket right after that. So essentially, you're looking at, if this little bit of uncomfortable weather goes by in the next 5 or so minutes, we should be able to play the rest of the match without interruption. And that's what you want if you're Mohammed Mohsen and Ali Sheikh. As you see, just a little bit of drizzle starting again.
Boy, but this time it's really coming down. The umpires, though, are still stationary, and there's been a discussion between Harmeet Singh and Mohammed Mohsen. Singh, of course, wants to go off. Yes. Mohsen wants to stay.
As you would think.
There's a lot at stake here in these 4 overs. Remember, the championship is underway, and Ali Sheikh is being told he's got to go off.
Yeah, finally the umpires have made
But here
decision.
it goes again. The rain does stop, so it's game of cat and mouse. The stumps are out the ground, but it seems like the rain is slowing down. The covers are on, though. They're coming onto the field. And Jermaine Lindo is, I think, calling the players back on.
No, he's pulled the stumps out of the ground. So I think he's satisfied that they need to go off for now.
There has been a pretty fierce sprinkle, though, on that surface. So that's something to keep an eye on.
My goodness.
The covers are officially on after 16 overs for the first time. However, I wouldn't go too far if you're a viewer at home because the fielding team is still on the field. The rain has pretty much stopped. It's still drizzling slightly. We can tell you what's going on. Basically, why it's so important. This is the grand finale. 50 needed from the last 4 overs. 12.5 runs per over. A well-set Mohammed Mohsen. They would bat themselves to chase this.
You would absolutely think that they'd back themselves to chase this because Mohammed Mohsen has stroked the ball very, very nicely. And, of course, Ali Sheikh, even though he's only faced 9 deliveries, has 10 runs to his name. So it's sort of either team's game at this point. 1 wicket. Breaking this partnership, you would think, would put the Kingsmen in the driver's seat in terms of winning this game. But if Mohammed Mohsin and Ali Sheikh stay there for at least 1 or 2 more overs, then that puts them that much further down the road to victory. So a lot to play for, which is why you get the sense that we really need to do what we need to do to have this game finished. The rain god's playing spoil sport right now, but I think it's going to be sort of a temporary situation. I'm expecting in the next 10 or 15 minutes for us to be able to get back on.
Well, let's hope so. Just working on that Duckworth-Lewis score for you, but I know they're behind because they've lost 5 wickets. It's not going to help their cause. But this has been really an enterprising passage of play in the last couple of overs. The Kingsmen just sort of wrestled their way back into this one, and then the Knight Riders fought their way.
Well, the last couple of overs, as you mentioned, 15 runs coming from that last couple of overs. Prior to that, the last 2 overs, the last 3 overs had gone for 18. So they were only going at the run of ball before Mohammed Mohsin, and mostly Mohammed Mohsin, contributed to 30 runs being scored in the last 2.
Well, the covers are on. I wouldn't go too far because I think we will have a resumption very shortly. But in the meantime, stay with us. And we hope to bring back the coverage shortly because contesting for the championship, the UMMC Knight Riders, who are undefeated in this tournament, need 50 from the last 4 overs.
Right now? Listen to the mic. You got it, everything now?
Man of the match and trophy. That's it.
Present the trophy to Harmy?
Yes.
Interview?
Yeah. Mayor is here.
Okay, well, all right. Let me get this organized. Just come here. And Uncle Tanver, you can come in. So, oh no, sorry. Y'all go on that side, sorry. Guys, can y'all come on this side?
Everybody come on this side. You're going to call them in, right? Yes.
Yeah.
This
But
way.
then they should be here. Nice. They should be here. They two of them, so they could collect it, collect the award and come to me.
Yeah, let it click the award, yeah.
So y'all come. Sorry, guys. Come on this side. One more time.
Come on this side. Come on.
This time for sure. Yeah. All right, good. You want them here or like?
Let them stand right here so they collect the award here and then come to you.
All right, good.
Yeah? So the first person, let them be on standby.
Mr. Mayor, what's your name?
Ron Leverett.
Ron.
All right? So I'm going to start on you and then go towards that way. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, stand by. I'm ready. She's ready.
Well, what a final we've had where, of course, the Kingsmen are first ever champions in the MLC Champions Open, led by Harmeet Singh ever so well, defeating the UMMC Knight Riders, who were undefeated to this point. We must congratulate them, and a big person who had a big part to play in their performance was the player of the match, Shubham Ranjani, for his 52 as well as 2 for 30. He'll collect his award from Brian Walters. Excellent performance from him in the final. And Shubham, if you could just come and have a few words with me. Clearly performing in the final seems to be something that you do very well.
Yeah, everyone know this is a final. For me, it's just a normal match. I keep it simple and do what I get my role. So it was not that easy to adapt the situation, like the overcast, the situation not at our side, but still we manage it.
Tell me about your all-round ability, because I think many people would not have really known about you in the minor league season. You came, you got 4 wickets. Then in this tournament again, with both bat and ball, you keep putting up performances. What does it say about you that you're able to churn out these performances in high-pressure situations?
Yeah, the way my minor league season went, I arrived late here, so I made it to the finals. That was my platform. People started recognizing me, and I play match by match. Even when I get an opportunity, I make sure I want to be at the top, at the bar. So every game, every tournament is really important for me.
How encouraging will this be going into the Major League season? How excited are you for Major League cricket?
Yeah, I'm very much excited to be a part of Major League, and there were scouts being here, being watched, everyone saying the ability, skills of the players. It's really exciting to be a part of Major League.
Fantastic performance. Congrats on your award.
Thank you so much.
Today's player of the match, very significant in winning that award and insignificant in the Kingsmen winning today. I'm now going to ask the captain, Harmeet Singh, to come up and collect the Champions Trophy from Brian Walters. And he's led them well, Harmeet Singh. Harmeet, if you could just come over and have some words before you celebrate with your team. Something about your leadership with this Kingsmen unit, it seems to be a match made in heaven. How much have you enjoyed leading this team?
I think it's not my leadership, but the guys at the side we had, I think we've been tested in different situations. We had one bad game also, but the way we came back and, last 2 games, the wickets were not that great, but putting up 190 and 170 on this kind of track, I think it shows a lot of character after losing the toss. So, even today, there was a lot of help at the start, and the way we came back in the middle overs, I think sort of won the game in the middle overs the way we batted. And I think kudos to everybody, in the current situation, the way Shubham, Hamad and everybody, whoever finished the game for us. And then with the ball, I think the way we started in the power play, after that coming back from there, Shubham and Milan, the spell from them, I think everybody had one good game in the tournament and everybody took us out of, deep end whenever we were in trouble.
Quickly, how excited are you to see these guys have the opportunity to be selected on Sunday in the Major League Cricket draft?
I think now that we've won, I would love to see everybody, you know, getting picked in the first 3 or 4 rounds. I think that would be great for us. You know, I think as a team we couldn't showcase anything better than what we did in the last week or so. So I think what was in our control, we did it, and then rest is up to the scouts and the team managements.
Congrats and enjoy the celebration.
Thank you.
You'll now ask Harmeet to go over with his team and lift the Champions Trophy. Your first ever MLC Champions Open champions, the Kingsmen.